UMass Boston and Monin Park as UMass Boston gets set to take on Wheaton College right here at home in this 2019 NCAA UMass Boston Regional here in the second game of the day. We thank you for joining us here on our broadcast, and we take a look at some things to know coming into today's contest for UMass Boston. And for both these teams, they have seen each other in the NCAA Regional, and UMass Boston able to come away victorious, a 2-0 win. UMass Boston also a number that they're looking to improve on, trying to move to 5-0 in NCAA Regionals in game number 2. Wheaton, they come in and have also had success in the regional as well. In 14 out of 15 appearances, they've won at least one game in the regional, and we'll take a look at our player to watch and Nick Herzog and what he did. But there you see has a chance today to come up with some outstanding numbers in the triples department as UMass Boston as a club as well. But you take a look at what Nick Herzog did yesterday, an impressive showing for the 2017 NCAA Northeast Regional Tournament MVP. Yesterday, a big game against Baruch, 2 for 4, 5 RBIs, a run, and 2 triples. He wasn't the only guy that had success as well. Danny Brown, also in the game, had a very successful contest with 2 triples as well for UMass Boston. And the Beacons, a very impressive showing in that contest as well. We'll take a look now for UMass Boston and their batting lineup that they will have upcoming here in this contest. So we take a look at that for the Beacons, but again, a very impressive showing for UMass Boston here in this one. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from their 15-1 win here in the contest yesterday.
Now it's 0-2. The 0-2. Nice pitch on the inside corner as he gets Cotraro to swing through it. From the stretch, the payoff pitch, another breaking ball, and Riley out in front of it, foul tipped into the glove of Gerardo Roque. A 6'5", 210-pound infielder, the 1-2. Another breaking ball on the outside corner, he struck him out. Here's the payoff pitch as that one's launched into deep right center field. On the run, Valeriano, he will not get there as it splits the outfielders and tumbles to the wall. Heading towards third is Danny Brown, and the leadoff hitter in the second has a triple for UMass Boston, and that's how you get the engine started against a good pitcher in Sierakowski.
Heard a lot of, you have the anchor men and the anchor women.
But ball grounded to third. Riley will go the short way to second. Hughie to first, a double play. What a turn.
Another run would be great just to continue piling it on here in the fourth. Hits it out to right. This will definitely score a run. Long run for Valeriano. He's not going to get there, and it's going to score 2 runs. Valeriano picks it up on the warning track. They will send Kites all the way in his second run, and Herzog's in at third base. And now the only question is hit or error. It's going to be a triple for Herzog.
One thing you have to be concerned about, or happy about if you are Baruch, is the amount of time that Gottesman just had to sit down for a while and not work that arm out. We see often pitchers come back and struggle, and then there's the strikeout. To completely make a mockery of my analysis.
Jose Torres isn't giving up on this game, but he's saving some of their better pitchers for that crucial game tomorrow, whether it's an elimination game or not, as that ball is roped by McCormick deep to right, and it's off the wall. The second extra base hit for McCormick of the game. 0-1 to Cotraro, chopped over to the second baseman, diving effort, and it gets back McGroarty. It'll be a 2-run single for Nick Cotraro, and the Beacons have put up double digits here in the 5th inning. It's 11-0 UMass Boston. The Beacons went double, walk, walk, sac fly, 2-run single, single. Runners take off. Brown clubs one down the right field side. Will it stay fair? It will, and it is just shy of the wall. One hopper. Brown sticking his second triple. It'll score 2. Brown is going to be in there on a slide, and the Beacons lead it 13-0 on Danny Brown's second triple of the day, and we're only in the 5th inning. The 0-2 to Capion, swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for Gottesman for the first time today. 0-2, and Boudreaux swings and misses. A 1-2-3 inning for Robert Rahman. He's having himself a nice little relief appearance.
Here's the 2-2 from PJ. On the outside corner, called strike 3.
Saturday or maybe even Sunday.
Swung on and missed. He struck him out.
Played 2 seasons with the Giants.
Has a breaking ball way out in front of it, and McCormick strikes out the side. 1-2, that one lifted to right center field. It's going to be extra bases for Herzog. His second extra base hit of the day as it trickles all the way towards the wall. He's going to head to third, and he becomes the second Beacon with 2 triples, joining Danny Brown. It's 15-0. He's 0 for 2 with a walk as he gets his first hit of the day, lining a base hit to left field, just the third hit of the afternoon for the Bearcats.
Having to come back 12 hours later to play for their season.
That one's grounded up the third base line, and a base hit, the first of the year for Raymond Maurer, who had been 0 for 10 coming in, and his first RBI as well. So the substituted first base gets the Bearcats on the board.
Welcome back to Monin Park. We're almost set for action between UMass Boston and Wheaton, and we take a look now at the player to watch for Wheaton in today's contest, and it was an impressive showing yesterday for Nick Raposo, 1 for 4, also had a run scored in that win against St. Joe's, but a very impressive season so far for Raposo. NUMAC first team all-conference as well for this Wheaton College team, and they picked up an impressive win as well in their first opening contest here in the tournament. So again, they will take on UMass Boston here momentarily, and we'll take a look at the fielding alignment as well as the batting order for both these sides, and we'll start first with Wheaton in the field, I should say. We take a look at their lineup and what they will have, and it will go for Brody Ashley out in center. Going in left field will be Jared Sharkey that will play in left. Jacob Studley will be playing out in right field as well. Mulcahy will be at second. Sal Kine will be at first. Quigley at short. Willie Boyd will be at third base. And Maikos will be on the mound for Wheaton, and Raposo, of course, behind the dish for Wheaton College. And on the flip side for UMass Boston, took a look at what their lineup will look like at the plate. It'll be Herzog that'll lead things off. Josh Lopez will be batting in the second spot. Kyle Boudris will be doing the DHing. Nick Cotraro will be in left field. Eddie Riley will be playing at third base. Danny Brown will be out in center field, and Ryan McCormick will be playing at first base. Nico Kides will be doing the catching and batting eighth, and batting ninth will be Charlie Hughey for UMass Boston. There you take a look at their fielding alignment here for this contest. We'll step aside. We come back. We'll have more for you right here from Monin Park between UMass Boston and Wheaton College.
Psychology is about understanding the individual and understanding the mind. The main reason why I want to combine psychology and business degrees is because I want to understand the business decisions that are made. I'm Nurçin Çelebi. I'm from Turkey originally. I'm a senior at the 5-year BA to MBA program at UMass Boston. I think in management, the biggest mistake you can make is to not listen. So I want to be able to step into a company and say, here's what you're doing now, and here's how you can improve it. I moved here when I was 16 for high school. Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well, and when you don't really fit in the crowd, it's very easy to disappear. But I decided not to give up, and UMass helped me. I wanted to be able to improve myself. I wanted to be able to try new things, and I think UMass gave me a really good head start on that.
Welcome back to Monin Park, and before we get set for action, we'll take a look at the highlights from the win for Wheaton College over top of St. Joe's in their first outing here in this tournament.
Grayson Jennings close to 20 pitches here with just 1 out.
Ground ball second base, gobbled up by Johnson. Over to Murphy for 1. On to first, a double play.
Rain to light rain. It doesn't make sense to stop the game, but it's tough to find a period with no rain.
Grounded to short. Quigley's throw is high, and so safe at first, but having to get back is the runner, and he is tagged out. Taking a peek back at Emmanuelson. Now the 2-1. Right back to the mound. Young might get out of it. Throws it beautifully to Quigley. On to first. A double. No, they're going to say pulled off the mound. They're coming home. And Emmanuelson's dead to rights as running themselves straight out of the inning for the second time here in the second. The 2-0 coming from Jennings. to Gamet. That one's a base hit up the middle, and it's an RBI single for Connor Gamet, his 4th RBI of the year.
2-2, hit out to right, should be deep enough to score a run. Backing up is Gammon. He'll finally camp under it, but that is going to be very deep and easily score Emmanuelson for a 2-1 Monks lead. 1-2 is in on the hands, and strike 3 called. Nice pitch there. 3-2 coming, and that is on the same spot, strike 3. Maybe a little closer, but it's Young striking out the side. Jennings, Lyons throws, and strike 3. Another big exclamation point there for Grayson Jennings. A threat to make the College World Series every year.
Here's the 2-2. Ground ball base hit to the right side, and Wheaton comes through. Quigley delivers a 2-run single to right, and just like that, the Lions roar. They lead it 4-2. Even with the bag. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball up the line, a fair ball, and that might be extra bases for the leadoff hitter, Brody Ashley. And the center fielder for the Lions delivers again. It's 5-2, and then the throw gets away from right field, and that's going to be an error. Moving up to third, Ashley coming in to score Quigley, and just like that, the lead is doubled. The 2-2 to Murphy. Shot back towards shortstop. Gobbled up by Quigley. He'll have to hurry. He does not get Murphy. An infield single. A run scores. And here come the Monks.
And we are set for game number 4 and game number 2 here on this Saturday. As taking the mound will be John Maikos. Stepping onto the rubber, the sophomore, 10 appearances, 10 starts this year, 5-0 record in his 48 innings that he's pitched. Herzog will dig in, and we will get ready to go. Elijah Gonzalez, Dave Wahlberg alongside. And the first pitch misses outside for a ball. Dave, of course, for both these teams, big wins to start their campaign here in this regional, and for UMass Boston, an impressive showing, but for Wheaton, maybe even more impressive at the way that St. Joe's played earlier today. That one in there for a strike to make it 1-1.
Yeah, St. Joe's, they really took advantage of Baruch. They got welcomed to the NCAA tournament. I hate to say it the hard way, by the Beacons, and then to come back and have to play this morning, and your mentality is all over the place. At that point, you're down 1. You're playing a team who's a seasoned New England team. How do you bounce back from that? And St. Joe's came in. They showed total resilience, total heart. They have every intention of being in Sunday. That's the way they played today, and they jumped all over Baruch's pitching, which was very limited at best.
And now Herzog trailing in the count. And the offering, that one missing outside there for Maikos. He's only surrendered 14 walks to this point in the season, along with 50 strikeouts on the board. As Herzog awaits, and that one is fought off, but Herzog, of course, with accolades of his own to go on his resume. It's been a staple for UMass Boston pretty much his entire career, and trying to continue to improve this UMass Boston lineup, which from top to bottom has been superb at times this year, missing outside to make it full.
Yeah, Nick is a guy who really, he has bled blue since the day he got on campus, and he's really done everything right. Coach has never had anything bad to say about him since the day he arrived at UMass Boston, and it's really shown this year where he's put the time and effort in.
That one grounded through the hole on the left side to be a base hit for Herzog. He'll take a late turn after not realizing that one had went through. But either way, it's the first hit for UMass Boston, and the Beacons maybe picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, that's a
contest.
Yeah, that's a huge lift for Nick. He struggled tremendously in the LEC tournament. Really told coach, he's like, I'm having a hard time seeing the ball. Can't really locate anything. And in the NCAA tournament play, it's either you're red hot or you have to build yourself up to that. And a leadoff single for Nick could potentially really be a catalyst for him for today, because this is a really do or die situation for the Beacons. I know they have, if they lose, they have one more game to play. But nobody really likes to play that back-to-back game on a day. Even though a beautiful day like this, they definitely don't want to go back-to-back if they don't have to.
That pitch in there for a strike to Josh Lopez, the second baseman, stepping in. What a lift he brought after finally being able to be inputted into that Beacons lineup. That one missing outside, pulling back on the bunt attempt. And one way to get out of a slump if you're Herzog. How about 5 RBIs yesterday?
Yeah, Nick did exactly what he needed to, and unfortunately in these regional pods, and you see it at all different levels, the 4 seed is sometimes the sacrificial lamb to the top seed, and Baruch came out firing. They had a good starter, the guy they rode all season long, and the Beacons, just after the first 2 innings, they really started wearing him down, and then they just really went from there. And it was really textbook for the Beacons, what we've seen for the last 3 to 4 weeks of the season, and it's really become their MO. And it's not a team that's hitting a lot of home runs, but they're taking advantage of situations. They're finding the gaps, and they're getting those extra bases, and they're stealing with a purpose. So it's really been a team that people have become accustomed to see.
They throw over to check on Herzog, and what may have also been a little bit lost through the offensive display that the Beacons showed was Ben Gottesman on the mound. An impressive showing once again for UMass Boston in his starting role that he has since picked up this year for the Beacons. And the pitch to Lopez, that one is skied down the right field line. And hooking into foul territory will fall harmlessly, but the count will now go to 1-2 on Lopez for UMass Boston. On the flip side for Wheaton, coming off a good win against St. Joe's, as we saw in the highlights earlier. Game that they were able to take command of in the late goings. An impressive win that came their way.
Yeah, Wheaton's a team that when talking to Coach Igerbrook prior to the start of the tournament, that I thought really is, they're the 2 seed, but I would say we have 2 1 seeds in this regional. They've had some time off away from the game of baseball, just waiting to kind of see if they got the at-large. But they didn't really miss a beat. There was a little bit of rust early on, which is to be expected. It was also a miserable day yesterday. They got a brunt of all that rain and wind that came into the campus. But once they really, it almost systematically, but when they started getting going is when the sun came out. And so I guess we can thank Wheaton for today's beautiful conditions. So they show that they are easily comparable top seed in this region, and this I think is the matchup in terms of all the regionals going on today.
7 unanswered runs at one point in that contest before St. Joe's finally answered with a run in the 9th. But Wheaton flexing their muscles in that 7th inning, 6 runs that were put on the board. That one missing outside and maybe just barely. Josh Lopez gave a little look.
Yeah, I think Josh thought he was out on that one. I'm not going to lie to you. He just kind of looked back and said, you tell me what I'm doing.
Maiko sets on the rubber, fires, and a walk for Josh Lopez. We'll see if that last pitch that was not called the strike gives Lopez the walk, and now UMass Boston with 2 runners aboard and brings Kyle Boudris to the plate, the designated hitter, who, talk about a guy who's had a very solid year in that role. And that was something the Beacons had talked about all season long, was trying to figure out who would fill that void, and Boudris becoming the clear component in that regard.
Yeah, Kyle, again, it just so happened that he's been battling some injuries, so Coach obviously gave him the big mitt, put him at first, DHing a little bit, but again, when he's overexerted himself on the bases, he's always pulled up a little bit. He's always had that nagging injury. So really this year, with McCormick moving over to first and Keide's really stepping up to a veteran level, even as a freshman, he's found a niche as the DH. He's not expected to run very fast. The Beacons expect him to hit the long ball, as he likes to say, see ball, hit ball. And he just kind of accepts that role and just goes with it. And in this situation, this is an early snack for Kyle in terms of if he can get a hold of it right now, UMass Boston can find themselves in early control of this game.
UMass Boston, 2 runners aboard here in the top half of the 1st inning. Wheaton, the home team here at Monin Park this afternoon. And again, talked about Wheaton struggling in their conference tournament and having to wait on that at-large bid, which seemed to be pretty evident it was coming their way with the record and the conference record that they were able to post as well this season. Defeated a couple of talented teams the early stint of the year as well, which definitely always helps your resume. And pitch here to Boudris is in there for his strike to make it 1-1. That's what always can really open the door for a team like Wheaton when you get that at-large bid and you see a regional like this with really 2 number 1 seeds like you talked about. Team maybe stumbles down the stretch but gets that at-large bid, and it's the big thing is just to be in. That one misses inside.
Yeah, New England baseball, and I've been following New England baseball since I was an undergrad. I really got into it when I was at Eastern Connecticut when Bill Holowati was there. This year, I would have to say, is probably one of the best years for New England baseball in probably a decade. We've had the region's had good representation. A couple years back, New England went through a dry spell for a few years where they had nobody in the World Series. Last year, we, as a region, nearly had 3 teams in it and all suffered defeat on the championship day. But with this format of the regional, super regional, which I think a lot of people are very happy with in terms of the selections, how the regionals were broken down, this could be a really, really good comeback year for New England baseball in terms of going to the biggest stage in Division III.
And Southern Maine picking up a big win earlier today, but UMass Boston now has the bases loaded here with still nobody out. And that gives way to Nick Cotraro, the left fielder that will step in for UMass Boston. Coming in, hitting .363 on the year. The RBI count right up around 25 for Cotraro. And now have a visit to the mound here from the catcher in Raposo. But if you're UMass Boston now, this is an area where you have to capitalize, and we see so many times, especially when you move into regional play, where you don't capitalize in this sort of situation. You never know with the talent that a lot of these teams bring to the table when this chance will come around again. The Beacons have one early.
Yeah, and UMass Boston has had some moments this year where they've had an opportunity to really take control of a game early on, and they've squandered those opportunities. We saw that in Baruch in Game 1 today. Baruch had some opportunities to get on the scoreboard early and make things more difficult for St. Joe's, and they just didn't capitalize. And in the regional, if you don't capitalize, you don't win games. And especially when you're the road team, you don't get last at-bats like they're used to being on Monon Park. So if you don't capitalize early, that leaves the door wide open for Wheaton to come in, and they know that once that momentum train gets going in their favor, it's hard to stop, and we saw that yesterday with the Monks.
0-1 on Cotraro after he fouled it off. Next pitch misses outside for a ball. Lycos struggling a little bit early with the command, and it's allowed UMass Boston to have the bases loaded here. Herzog singled to start it. Then Lopez able to get the walk as that one is roped out into right field and will fall for a base hit. 1 run's going to come in to score. They're going to send Lopez. No throw to the plate, and it's a 2 RBI single for Cotraro. UMass Boston leads it early.
Yeah, that was a great piece of hitting by Nick. He's seen the ball extremely well this season, just waited his time, and he's just bided his time on that pitch, sat back on it. And the one thing about UMass Boston sometimes, and this is how you this is how you know the difference between an elite team and a team that's kind of trying to figure out they sit back, they wait, they're patient, they let the pitch count get high, and then they just jump on it because the pitcher starts pressing if you can't get it out. And in this case, right now, they're just seeing the ball very well with all he's trying to do is get it over the plate, and he's really struggling to find a good velocity with his pitches.
Runners at the corners for Eddie Riley. That one missing upstairs. Riley coming in, hitting .321. Known a lot for his defense, but has also contributed in a big way offensively for UMass Boston. Now 23 RBIs, so the chance for more is that one in there for his strike to make it 1-1. Cotraro picked up RBI 26 and 27 on the season for UMass Boston. And that one, really, again, like you talked about, they have found ways to get runners aboard and bring them home. This one grounded to short, could be 2. They flip to second for 1, on to first in time. But the run does come home to make it 3-0, as crossing the plate is the designated hitter Boudris, but now maybe Wheaton just trying to do some damage control with 2 down here in the inning.
Yeah, that's a huge play for Wheaton. Even though they give up the run, they get the 2 outs. just get this now. The mentality is just get this last out. It's just 3 runs. We're only in the top of the first. We have a long afternoon of baseball left to go. No need to press. No need to start rushing. Wheaton, like we saw yesterday, it was a slow going for them early on, but then they just came and their bats came alive. They put up that big inning. So I have a feeling that today is going to be a game where we're going to see big innings, and then bunch of goose eggs, big innings.
Well, here's Danny Brown, who knows a thing or two about starting those big innings. That one is in there for a strike to make it 0-2 on Brown. 2 triples yesterday for UMass Boston via the bat at number 7. And down in the count here, 0-2 though. That one missing in tight to make the count 1-2. Maiko's just trying to, again, control this inning. Because like you said yesterday, you saw what just one inning can accrue with the way Wheaton can really find the bats from a lot of different guys. As Brown fouls this off. Kind of 2 similar teams in that regard, with really 1 through 9 able to contribute in every way.
Absolutely, yeah. These are very, I would say these 2 teams are mirror image of each other in terms of how they have power hitters, they have guys who hit for contact, guys who can make things. They're great on the bases. One thing I will say, UMass Boston and Wheaton today could be a showcase of how to run the bases, because they move very quick and they do not slow down once they get going. And with teams like, you just have really good athletic teams. The outfields move well. Wheaton has never played at Monin, but there's a good rapport with the way Wheaton learned the field yesterday in battling in the rain.
And Danny Brown continuing his hot streak. He's aboard with a single. And with 2 down in the inning, that'll bring Ryan McCormick to the plate. But what a bat Danny Brown has had through this tournament already, just to start through these first 2 games UMass Boston has played.
Yeah, Danny was unstoppable in the LEC tournament, and it's very similar to what Nick Herzog did back in 2017. It was the New England Regional MVP, had a solid LEC tournament, and Danny's just carrying that momentum right now, and he has really lifted this team, and the Beacons are starting to get hits from guys they didn't really expect to get hits from. Danny is an athletic outfielder, covers ground well, but was never expected to be a triples type of guy, and he is just an extra base hit machine.
That pitch misses outside, and Brown, there you go with the base running ability as Danny Brown steals second with what maybe could have been without a throw. Regardless, UMass Boston now has a runner in scoring position once again. Trying to add on here with 2 down in the inning, but an 0-2 count on McCormick. Here's the offering. Outside, 1-2.
Yeah, Ryan is a guy who can get things going, big bat, or he struggles to find spot up on a pitch. He for some reason, again, patient hitter, but he stares at a lot of strikes that are very obvious strikes, and he's been working on it all year, and when he makes contact, you know he's making contact. But if he's struggling to see a pitch or locate pitches, it can be a tough day for Ryan.
Brown out at second. No one really holding him on. A sizable lead, but that pitch in there for a called 3rd strike. McCormick goes down looking, but not before UMass Boston able to get the damage done. A 3-0 lead for the Beacons as we step aside on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris. The subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments you never forget.
Welcome back to Monin Park. UMass Boston able to produce 3 in the top half of the first inning. We take a look one more time at the UMass Boston defensive alignment and what they will bring out going from left to right. Cotraro in left, Brown in center, Herzog in right, Riley at third. Hugie will be at short, Lopez at second, McCormick at first, and Kites will be behind the plate for UMass Boston. And on the mound is going to be Fernando Burgos, and there you see his numbers. Dave, this is a guy that Coach Agabo talked about as someone who's really a bulldog, and he can have very successful appearances, and, well, he's had that pretty much thus far on this campaign for UMass Boston.
Yeah, he has always been a grinder since the day he arrived on campus. Hyde Park guy, so he's a local guy, knew all about UMass Boston baseball. Somebody that since day one the Beacons have had no issues turning the ball over to and getting big innings out of him. He will work at bats. Sometimes he overworks stuff, too many pitches sometimes. But he's been somebody who has really taken on a leadership role this year. He's an absolute workhorse in the gym. And so for him today, he's just got to come out and do his thing. Like he can't overthrow, even though it is the NCAA regional. You got that win under your belt. You got that extra game now. If things don't fall your way, it's not on you. Let your bats help you out. And that's really kind of been the keys to success with Fernando on the mound this year.
And for Fernando, he will have a chance to possibly tie and break the innings pitched in a career. Record set at 245. He's at 239 and a third of an inning pitch. That one in there for his strike to start it off. And the count is 0-1. Brody Ashley will step in here for Wheaton. He'll be followed by Connor Gammon and Nick Raposo. That one grounded to short. Hugie fields and fires. It's in time. One down in the inning.
Yeah, for Wheaton, they're just going to have to sit back, very much like UMass Boston. Be patient with Burgos. He's fresh. He's had plenty of rest since last week, so he's coming in. He's going to have all of his stuff lined up for them. So if they really, again, they don't need 3 runs immediately. The game's not over after 1 inning of play. So if their approach is, if anything, it's going to be wear him down, make him miss his spots.
That one misses for a ball, and it's 1-0 to Gammon. We saw that in the first inning for UMass Boston. Able to draw a lot of pitches for Maikos. 1-0 swung on and missed by Gammon to push the count to 1-1. For the Beacons, again, they didn't have to use a lot of pitching yesterday. That one misses to move the count to 2-1 after an impressive showing by Gottesman, and then P.J. McCormick able to come in, have an impressive showing for the Beacons to pick up his first collegiate save, 2-1. Gammon pops that one in the air, and it's heading over towards the stands. It will go over and out of play. Even the count at 2-2.
Yeah, yesterday was definitely a showcase for Wheaton and UMass Boston in terms of pitchers that went the distance. Gottesman definitely not a 1, 2, 3 starter. He is emerged as, in my opinion, as the MVP for this year in terms of a guy who literally he has taken advantage of every opportunity, and he has been lights out for the Beacons pitching staff. And Wheaton, on the other hand, they just used their top arm, and he just worked. He just did some work for them, and again, it took them a little bit longer than they probably wanted to, but they got the runs they needed, and they gave him the win, and that was all they needed for to advance into today's winners bracket game.
And that is so important moving forward, especially in this regional. 3-2 is fouled off, and staying alive as Gammon comes in hitting .256 in his 16 games that he's appeared in, but that becomes so important moving down the stretch. You can get some guys some rest. Seen a lot of teams with those top arms able to get them just a couple of extra days. So that one is in there for a called third strike. Gammon flipped the bat, but Burgos fired up as he gets the strikeout on the corner.
Yeah, that was a great breaking ball by Fernando. Hung it right there. A pitch that could have easily gone either way. I can totally understand what Gammon was thinking. It was right there. It just caught enough of the plate that he got the punch out. So huge momentum strikeout early for Fernando.
You may have saw that pitch that Lopez saw earlier to draw the walk. Regardless, Wheaton now as Raposo will take a peek at that one missing outside, and it's 1-0. And talk about a guy who had a successful regular season campaign, comes in hitting .368. That one is in there for a strike. Burgos shaking his head, thought it was the same exact spot. But the count evens at 1-1. 4 home runs for Raposo this year. That slider off the plate and away. 2-1.
Yeah, Raposo's a guy. He's just a consistent bat for the Lions. If you look at it, you got Sharkey and Raposo. They're their 1-2 punch. They just know how to make contact, and they drive in the extra bases when they get the extra bases when they can. Combine 15 home runs between the two of them. But if you look at 106 hits between the two, I mean, these are guys who can really hit a ball. They see it. They move well on the bases. So these are two guys that could easily change this game for the Lions today.
Raposo fouls it off to make it full 3-2. There's a couple of pitches by Burgos where he goes away with the slider, missing a couple of times, and then back in with the fastball. See what he draws up here as Raposo will call time for Wheaton. 2 down here in the inning. Burgos looking for his second punch out of the game. For Wheaton, they're looking for their first base runner of the contest. 3-2. Swing, and Raposo grounds that one right back to Burgos. He'll run over, he'll flip, and the Beacons out of the first frame. Still scoreless for Wheaton. It's 3-0 UMass Boston as we head to the top half of the second on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Starting the top half of the second inning, UMass Boston will bring Nico Kites to the plate. Charlie Hugie will follow in the 9 slot, and then it's back to the top of the order with Nick Herzog after a 1-2-3 inning from Fernando Burgos for UMass Boston. And Kites will step in and face Maikos. The first pitch missing for a ball. It's 1-0. It was quick to see that Wheaton had some arms throwing down in their bullpen in that first inning. But then Maikos able to just kind of get out of a jam. That one in there for a strike to make it 1-1. And really fortunate for Wheaton that Danny Brown didn't come in to score after he singled, stole second. Next pitch to Kites, misses outside for a ball. Maikos, again, this is a situation where, like you mentioned, Dave, we could see big innings and then a lot of goose eggs and then some more big innings. That one is swung on by Kites and fouled off, which now puts it at a really kind of pivotal spot, you could say, for UMass Boston to maybe stretch this advantage. Because with the way Wheaton can swing the bat, there is really no way to say that this game is far from over by any means.
No, definitely not. I think UMass Boston right now has the wind at their backs a little bit. Playing on their home field, they get a nice 3 spot in the top of the first. Burgos comes in, goes 1-2-3. So right now the momentum's in their favor. So Wheaton just got to be patient. They got to limit the damage. They can't be giving up free bases. That is a backbreaker for any team when walks are given. Because you take your defense out of the equation, and the way UMass Boston, especially the top part of their lineup, is hitting the ball, that's a no-win situation for anybody.
That is already the third walk by Maikos in this game. And to just one strikeout that came to end the inning by Ryan McCormick. Hugie squares to bunt. He'll put it down the first base line. Good push bunt there. The play is to first, and they bobbled it. Did not have a play. Looks like Hugie may have had a shot to beat it out as well, but regardless, UMass Boston now has runners at first and second with nobody out for the second straight inning.
Yeah, great heads-up play. Again, sacrifice bunt. He's expecting to be out. He's going to go as hard as he can to first. It just so happened he put the ball in no man's land. That's a tough play because you have three guys all converging on it. Nobody's talking, and it was fielded cleanly, but just the bobble was that nobody was saying where to go. And when you get that situation, that there's really nothing anybody can do. So again, you have lead off this inning with two runners on, a free pass, and then another free pass if you look at it, and then now Beacons are at top of their order.
And Herzog making him pay. It's a single out to left. Rounding third, but stopping there is going to be Kites. The base is loaded and nobody out for the second straight inning. Another big hit by Nick Herzog. This guy now 2 for 2 today and just continuing to pour it on for UMass Boston in this tournament.
Yeah, again, he's seeing the ball extremely well now. And it's amazing what being at your home field can do. Struggled all week at Flaherty Field. Comes back. He knows the monster. He knows the way the wind plays. It's an absolute perfect day for baseball. There's no rain in your face. You're not getting wind in your face. So he's seeing it well. And again, UMass Boston in this situation has become very accustomed to taking advantage of situations like a walk and a botched sack bunt.
This one grounded to third and off the body of the third baseman Boyd. One run's going to come in to score as well as the second. And now the runners are going to advance on the errant throw. UMass Boston leads it 5-0. And for Wheaton, things starting to unravel a little bit early. Coming in to score there was Kites, and then Hughie, the heads-up play, seeing that nobody was there to grab that baseball off the chest of Boyd. We'll see what they do score that, but Herzog moves to third. Lopez going to move to second on the throw, and we're going to get two errors on that play from Wheaton. One off the chest of Boyd, and then one on the errant throw home by Wheaton.
Yeah, that was on turf. You never see hops like that, but again, on turf that ball moves so much quicker. And if you're playing in on the imaginary grass, that ball could catch up real quick. And he's lucky it's a dry field, because if that's a wet field, that ball's even skipping harder and faster. So Beacons, again, taking care of business when they have the opportunity to take care of business.
Next pitch is in there for a strike, and the first one to Kyle Boudris of this at-bat. And again, we go back to what you talked about earlier, Dave, the base running. That was a very heads-up play by Charlie Hughie, not only to draw the throw home, but to even go. As Boudris swings and lifts this one out into shallow right, that's going to fall for a hit. One run's going to come in to score, and they'll hold Lopez at third, but it's an RBI single for Boudris, and now 6-0 in favor of UMass Boston.
Yeah, Wheaton looks like they got a couple arms up, and they need to. And I know we were saying you still got plenty of baseball left to play, but if you put yourself in a double-digit hole in the second inning, that's a huge mountain to come back from, especially when you still have 7 innings to play, and UMass Boston is just hitting the ball all over the field.
And this may be the time. We'll have to see if they decide to go now to that bullpen, or if this is just a chat. But it looks like they'll just have a talk here for Wheaton. And again, going back to what you talked about earlier, Dave, with UMass Boston and being able to produce in these kinds of situations. We've seen this team a couple of times, bases loaded, nobody out, haven't produced the runs that have been expected of them. But in this tournament, and even going back to the LEC tournament, they've been able to fill that production void that they've had so far this year.
Yeah, I really think Coach Igerbro and the Beacons as a whole, nobody really likes to grind out wins. It's a great thing. It's fun for the fans, but really as a player, you're sitting there, you are at the edge of your seat. It's not fun for the pitchers. It's not fun for the bullpen. And it's not good for the hitters, because they want to make contact. They want to help out their team, and they're just not getting it done. So for UMass Boston, again, this is a home game for them, even though they're the visiting team on the scoreboard. The level of attitude of wanting to win a regional championship, a super regional championship, and then a World Series, it's at an all-time high for them. And talking with a bunch of the guys, finding out they were going to host in the first ever regional, super regional format, they couldn't be more excited. This was an opportunity that some of these guys that could never dream of. And it's one thing to be in the NCAA tournament once. I mean, these seniors have been in the NCAA tournament all 4 years they've been here. They are only the third class in UMass Boston history outside of our volleyball program and our women's track and field program to ever be in the NCAA tournament all 4 years while they attend UMass Boston. So this is their tournament, and they know that they're going to do whatever they can to advance their careers as far as they can.
A new pitcher into the contest for Wheaton. Step aside momentarily. When we come back, we'll have that new pitcher for you here at Monin Park. This is the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, then I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Welcome back to Monin Park, and it's Josh Roberge that will take over here for Wheaton and not put in an ideal situation with runners at first and third here with nobody out in the inning. You see the numbers there for Roberge, 1-1 record, 3.43 ERA on the season for Wheaton College. And so far this year, 21 innings that he's pitched, 16 strikeouts to 10 walks as he fires his first pitch low down in the dirt to Nick Cotraro. Elijah Gonzalez, Dave Wahlberg alongside. 1-0 the count. 6-0 lead for UMass Boston, the number 1 overall seed in this regional, and that one is swung on and lifted deep out towards right center field. It continues to go back, and it goes off the wall. One run's going to come in to score. The second run will, and the runner will hold it third. It's a triple for Nick Cotraro, a 2 RBI triple. UMass Boston in front, 8-0.
Yeah, that was another great hit by Nick, seeing the ball extremely well, taking full advantage. New pitcher on the mound, there's a lot of nerves. You're down 6-0. He's coming in. He's going to try and throw as hard as he can just to get the outs. He just serves a perfect one up for Nick. Dings it right off the right in front of the, I believe that's the UMass Boston bullpen, and Beacons find themselves in total control, up 8-0.
There's the first pitch to Eddie Riley. That one in there for a strike to make it 0-1, and now Wheaton has had enough. They are bringing the infield in here in this situation, down 8-0. And UMass Boston pouring it on early as Riley swings and fouls that one back to the screen. You talked about it, Dave. We're getting into the danger zone if you're Wheaton. Seeing that score continue to creep up, by no means can you say their bats wouldn't be able to put up an 8 spot at some point in this game or find ways to get to that number, but you get to double digits. That can really look a lot different than a game like this as Riley fouls it off to keep it at 0-2.
Yeah, and the problem is if you have a team that's seen the ball this well in the first 2 innings, again, yes, they can put up an 8 spot, but by the time they find the bats, and Burgos is a pitcher who loves big early leads because the pressure's all off of him. He can start getting creative with his pitches, and that makes things very difficult for a lot of teams to start getting any momentum going. Defensively, this is UMass Boston's home field. They know how the turf plays. They know where to line up. There's a really good scout. These teams know each other very well. They've danced around each other all year since playing each other in Florida. They seem to always find themselves in facing each other in the NCAA tournament. So this easily could, if Wheaton can come back and settle down a little bit, they have some life at the end of it. But right now they're in safety mode right now because they're just trying to do whatever they can to keep the score where it is.
So the first batter that was faced by Roberge, he gave a triple off the wall, and now Riley grounds this one to short. Good play out there by Quigley to throw to first in time, and the runner will have to stay put. So 1 down now in the inning after the ground out to short, and that'll bring Danny Brown, the center fielder, to the plate for UMass Boston, trying to pick up where he left off after their big win against Baruch to start this regional. Brown had 2 hits, 3 runs, 2 RBIs, and now he skies this one out into shallow center. This may be in no man's land, and Quigley can't make the play. The run comes in to score, and moving into second is Danny Brown. So the infield in there, and that is going to be one that'll hurt for Wheaton. The infield's back. That's a very playable ball.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. The ball just carried just enough to fall within that no man's land right behind second base. But again, good heads-up running by Danny. He just kept going because he noticed the second baseman, shortstop, and center fielder were all coming in on the ball, so there was nobody there to cover second. So again, Beacon's taking advantage of situations right now. They're just playing good fundamental baseball right now. Wheaton just doesn't have an answer to slow them down with only one out, and UMass Boston's now up 9-0.
McCormick watched the first pitch outside, now watches that one in the dirt to make it 2-0. And again, that just continues to show your point of base running for this UMass Boston team really being a specialty. Saw Hughie earlier come around to score on what was a ground ball that ended up being an error off the third baseman. And then it just kind of bounced into no man's land, gave him enough space to head home. This one grounded to short. Quigley fields cleanly. And the throw to first is going to be in time. Staying just on the bag over there was Salkind. And UMass Boston now with the runner at third, but 2 down now in the inning after McCormick grounds out, and it's back to Kides, who started this inning with a walk.
Yeah, Wheaton did a good job right there. They're settling down a little bit. They force the ground out, and that's what they need to do right now. Don't do anything special. Just let your defense support you behind you, and just let them get those outs for you. You don't have to sit there and overpower anybody. I know Roberge is just going to come out. He's going to try and just overthrow to get these outs, to get his team back at the plate. But let your defense help you out. If you do that, these innings will move a lot quicker, and you're going to limit your damage dramatically.
We saw that being an issue for Maikos in his outing. That one missing outside for a ball to make it 2-0. For Maikos, before he left, he totaled 3 walks in this contest, including back-to-back walks in the first inning to load the bases. That one's drifting out into right center field. Moving over and making the catch out there is Ashley, and that will end of the inning for UMass Boston, but not before 6 runs cross the plate, and the Beacons now lead at 9-0 here on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Fernando Burgos back out onto the mound for UMass Boston. A 9-0 advantage for the Beacons after a 6 spot in the top half of the second inning. We head to the bottom half of the second, and Wheaton looking really for any sort of momentum offensively. Maikos, his day now officially done for Wheaton. And now Sharkey will step in, try and get something started for Wheaton College. And the first pitch on the way to him is in there for a strike, and the count is 0-1. We saw the slider kind of move around a little bit for Burgos. That time he goes back door. And the 0-1. That one is a slider away to make it 1-1.
Yeah, he's going to now with a 9-0 lead for UMass Boston. Burgos is going to go to a lot of his breaking balls. He's not going to try and overpower, save his arm a little bit in terms of that. He'll go to the fastball if he's got a 3-2 count or if he's up 2-0, kind of do the overpowering pitch. but he's going to be methodical because he's going to try and give UMass Boston as many innings as he possibly can. Because again, if you don't have to tax the bullpen, why would you? And right now in this regional, it's all about pitching. And it was funny because I was talking to our site administrator, and really, when you get to the NCAA tournament, even the conference tournament, these tournaments are built for the pitchers. It's methodical about terms of start time for the game, when players can start warming up, because the onus becomes on the pitcher. Nothing else really matters, and you got to make sure they have the best conditions possible because they're the ones that are going to be, they're the showstoppers. So that's how I think Burgos is going to treat this now. He's going to really take his time and find his spots where he wants to be.
1-2. That one downstairs and away to make it 2-2. Final line on Maikos. Went just 1 inning, gave up 6 hits, 8 runs. They were all earned with 3 walks in the contest. Roberge, so far, 2 hits. He's now surrendered a run in his time, an inning of work. That one missing outside with the slider by Burgos, and talked about being patient, and even down 9-0, Jared Sharkey in this at-bat showing Wheaton, hey, just got to build up this pitch count. Burgos has missed a couple of times with the slider. Now we'll see if he's able to get him here with the count now full 3-2. That one in there for a called third strike. The second time today that Wheaton has thought that pitch was off the plate. But regardless, Burgos gets another strikeout. And again, a great job of mixing the pitches. Goes right with the slider and then right back to the fastball.
It seems like if he gets into a 3-2-2-2 count, he is working the corners every time. And the umpire behind the plate, he's giving it every time. He gave it to Wheaton when Wheaton could hit that spot, and right now that's a pitcher's dream right there when you have an umpire who's given that corner, because that corner can make all the difference.
It was a 1-2-3 inning in the first with a strikeout looking for Burgos, and now he's got the strikeout looking to start the second inning, but Salkind grounds that one to third. Diving play by Riley, throw to first is in time.
Wow.
What a play by Eddie Riley, and now there's 2 down here in the inning.
I mean, cut it, send it to ESPN, let's call it an afternoon. I mean, that was the highlight of Eddie's career, and this is a guy who was a Gold Glove finalist last year, and I mean, I have never seen a defensive play like that this year, and it looks like we actually have the replay for it.
Take a look at it one more time. A terrific stop, but how about the throw?
Wow.
Don't know if it gets better than that. Best play for sure of this tournament.
I've seen 2 plays at Monin this year that have you just kind of sit there and scratch your head like, that's unbelievable. That play and Nick Herzog's diving catch to center field in front of the 379 marker against Eastern Connecticut. Full extension going the other way, grab the ball, clear as day, and these seniors this year have really stepped up their game for UMass Boston.
And how about Burgos? Already walking off the rubber as Hughie drops back, makes the catch, and the frame is over. Everything going right for the Beacons as we head to the top half of the third inning. UMass Boston in front 9-0.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Welcome back to Monin Park, and well, if you thought UMass Boston may surrender some momentum in the bottom half of the second, could have just asked Eddie Riley with the web gem type play. It's 9-0 UMass Boston, and Charlie Hughie will step in to the box. UMass Boston batted around in the second inning. And now Hugie will come to the plate here to begin this top half of the third as he fouls that one off. And the count is 0-1. And if you're Wheaton, you have to be scratching your head at this point of what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, that ball gets through. That's a single, possibly a double. All right, you know what? We're making contact. We're damaging Burgos a little bit. But, I mean, when things are going right, they're just going right. And UMass Boston, you and I both touched on it before, they're taking advantage of a situation to play an NCAA regional format tournament on their home field after doing those very long 5-day, 8-team pods down in all over the country. Specifically, the last couple of years have been in Harwich and down the Cape. They're just having fun right now.
Hugie goes down looking on a great pitch there by Roberge. And now if you're Wheaton, you're in a situation where maybe you chip away a little bit at this lead and get this within a striking distance, but also you got to remember you also may have to play a game later on tonight. So to give Roberge an opportunity to not only go through a few innings of this game, but maybe go a little bit longer than that as the pitch misses in tight there to the top of the lineup and Herzog to make it 1-0, but that now becomes critical a little bit if you're Wheaton.
Yeah, Roberge, they're going to need Roberge to go as long as possible, because if you have to go into your bullpen, if you have to tax your bullpen knowing that, hey, we can't close this 9-0 gap and UMass Boston continues to add to it, we got to come back in maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and we got to get our minds right to play. St. Joseph's College is sitting down the third base line. They're ready to go. They know that no matter what, they're playing at 6 o'clock, and it's a real testament. And a lot of teams go through it throughout the year, having to play the double dip on a Saturday, and it's a real mentally taxing day.
Herzog chops this one out to second. It's fielded, and the throw to first is just in time to get Herzog, who was hustling down the line there, but a great play by Mulcahy. And that is out number 2, and will bring Lopez to the plate in the first time for UMass Boston, Dave, that they have not gotten the first 3 batters aboard in this contest. They did it back in the first inning with a single and 2 walks, and did it again in the second inning with a walk and 2 singles. And now Lopez trying to extend the inning as he swings and grounds it to third. This time Boyd will field cleanly and fire to first in plenty of time, and that one ends the inning. So down go the Beacons in order. First time here this afternoon. They still lead at 9-0 on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Welcome back to Monin Park as Fernando Burgos will go back out onto the rubber with a 9-0 lead for UMass Boston. And, well, St. Joseph's College of Maine may be looking at this game a little bit differently than what they saw from this UMass Boston team earlier when they played them earlier this year. That was a game in which UMass Boston struggled early, was able to rally late. And St. Joe's may be looking at this game and saying, well, this isn't what they did earlier this season. They may be clicking on all cylinders.
Yeah, that St. Joseph's game was a weird game. It was another one of those miserable spring days, which we had a lot of this year.
Spring or winter, is that what we call it?
You know, it was like winter. It was like forget winter is coming. It was just miserable. And the Beacons, they were down. It almost looked like they were out of it. And then as the game unfolded, they came back, they rallied, they closed it out, and it was it was just one of those days you're just like, you don't really believe it's happening in terms of the fact that you're getting beat as bad as you are early on, but then to erase that deficit and to hold the team scoreless from a majority of the game, it was just a weird beginning to end type scenario.
That pitch misses inside for a ball. It's 1-2. And talked about Burgos and getting creative, but one thing he's continued to do for the majority of this game so far has been throw strikes, and this one is grounded to short. Fielded by Hughie, and the throw to first is in plenty of time to get Mulcahy. And continuing and picking up where he left off is Burgos. And one down now in this bottom half of the third inning is Willie Boyd, the third baseman, will step in to the plate. And UMass Boston's already got a couple at-bats for the bottom part of their order. This is the first time that Willie Boyd and Stephen Quigley will come to the plate in this game. The first pitch from Burgos is fouled off to make it 0-1 on Boyd.
Yeah, Burgos is doing exactly what he needs to be doing. He is working. He's working the batters, making them think every time he throws the ball what's coming at him, and that's where you don't want to be. You really, as a hitter, you want to be able to have the pitcher be thinking about them, not the other way around. And if he starts playing this cat and mouse with them, it's going to be a long day for Wheaton's bats to really figure him out, because the more comfortable he gets, the larger the lead he has to work with, the more creative Burgos can get into the middle third of the innings.
2-1 the count. On the left-handed hitting, Willie Boyd had a tough day out at third base to this point. That pitch in there for a strike, and the count is 2-2. Had the error that ended up costing Wheaton 2 runs, but a tough hop off the turf that caused that error. The 2-2 is grounded out towards second and fielded the throw onto first in plenty of time by Lopez. 2 down now in the inning. And it's really just been that kind of game so far for Wheaton. Bounces haven't gone their way, and they've caused some self-inflicted wounds, but for UMass Boston, like we talked about, they've capitalized in multiple situations of this contest to build the lead where it is.
Yeah, that error in I believe the second inning, it was a freak hop, and we never really see hops like that at Moan, and you see it more on grass or on dirt, and it just really caught him off guard.
1-2-3 once again goes Wheaton, and Burgos hops off the mound. UMass Boston pleased as they head to the top half of the fourth inning with a 9-0 lead.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Kyle Boudris will lead things off for UMass Boston as Roberge goes back out under the rubber, and the first pitch is skied by Boudris out to right field, having trouble with it out there in right, but moving over and making the grab out there in right field is Gammon. That sun kind of glaring right at him. Had to shield with his glove, even with those shades on, but able to move in and make the catch just at that last moment.
Yeah, battle a little bit of a breeze. There's just a steady breeze coming off the water a little bit here at Monin. Sun, there's not a cloud in the sky, so there is no reason. All they're doing is battling sun, which after yesterday, you can't argue. Myself, I'm a little burnt, and I will gladly take the burn as compared to being soaking wet like the majority of us were yesterday.
0-1 the count. Pitch on the way, and that one missing inside, and moves to 1-1. Not only was it raining, but it was also pretty cold as well.
You know, it's just another day.
That is true.
It's literally the spring. My lawn looks great. It's been miserable for baseball.
Hit out towards left field, and that catch is going to be made on the run there by Sharkey. And that makes it 2 down now in the inning. Could be worse. There's rumors that there was snow in Canada.
It's Canada. It's supposed to snow.
That's true. But I don't know if it's supposed to snow in the middle of May.
I mean,
anything can happen at this point.
I mean, we've had frost. We've had my neighbor told me one day, because he's an encyclopedia of weather, that Massachusetts has suffered a snowstorm or snow of some type in the month of May before. And I said, if that ever happens, I'm moving.
0-1 the count, and that one is fouled off by Eddie Riley. Is there a place you'd move to? Is it like a warm weather place that you have as your destination? Or
buy an island.
Okay.
I just buy an island. I don't want to move anywhere else. I like Massachusetts. If it's not Massachusetts, it's an island.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, you figure.
0-2. That one misses outside for a ball. Roberge was halfway off the rubber.
Yeah, that's been a strike. That has been a strike. He is. That's that corner we were talking about earlier that he was given to Burgos, and we're only 3 innings in. He can't start changing his strike zone now. Keep it consistent. Let the batters get comfortable where they're supposed to be.
1-2. That one grounded towards third, and the foul once again. We'll come back and do it again with a 1-2 count, 2 down in the inning.
UMass Boston has to be careful. Everybody loves having a big lead early, but sometimes a big lead early can be absolute kryptonite. Because you come up, you get way too comfortable, you start pressing, you think every swing you're going to take is going to be a home run swing. What made them successful in those first 2 innings, errors, besides the errors against Wheaton, it was they just made contact. They weren't looking for anything special. They were playing base to base to base baseball. And so if they start coming up thinking they're going to go mammo swings, they're going to try and put it over the monster, big crowd in the stands today, that could ultimately blow up in their face a little bit. They just got to be patient, work the at-bats. We saw a lot of first pitch swinging, first 2 pitch swinging, and if UMass Boston gets in that habit, that's going to give Wheaton that window they need to start chipping away.
That one is swung on and grounded towards short, fielded by Quigley. He will throw to first in time, and it's now back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for UMass Boston. We head to the bottom half of the 4th. Wheaton looking for some momentum, trailing 9-0.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris, the subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments you never forget.
Welcome back to Monin Park. UMass Boston in front 9-0. And it will be for Wheaton coming up to lead things off will be Brody Ashley, the center fielder. Now the second time here through the order for Wheaton. We'll see if they find any rhythm against Burgos, who has strolled through these first 3 innings. Pitch is in there for a strike. It is 0-1.
Yeah, Ashley's got to treat this inning like if it's the bottom of the first inning. Reset. You're getting a second look at Burgos now. ignore the scoreboard. You got to ignore it. You got to just play baseball. You're in the regional tournament for a reason. You are one of the top teams in New England all year long. I mean, they've been consistently one of the top teams in New England for 2+ decades. So they got to just do what makes them successful. And you got to make Burgos miss spots. And if the strike zone starts changing a little bit, which we've seen in the last inning, this could be another opportunity where Wheaton just needs to put the to the bats of the ball and just call it an afternoon where they can start getting back on the scoreboard.
3-1 now the count, and maybe crazy to say, but 9-run deficits aren't the craziest thing that we've seen in an NCAA regional. Pitch in there for a strike to make the count 3-2. And like you said, with the talent of both these teams, been in situations before, have those sort of deficits, but when Burgos is on like that, it's tough to get. Ashley swinging, and there's one down now in the inning as Connor Gammon will come to the plate. He struck out his first plate appearance.
That was a good battle back from Burgos. Thought he had 2 pitches on the corner that weren't called strikes. Came back, got the swinging strike at a pitch way out of the zone. Not showing any type of hesitation at all. He knows what he wants to throw. He's coming right at, and Kites and him have a good connection right now in terms of how they're finding their spots.
There's the first hit surrendered by Burgos as Connor Gammon hits that one right back up the box. And for the first time today, we hear a loud sound from that Wheaton crowd that has come to attendance here at Monin Park. Beautiful day, big crowd, and it has really continued to grow as the day has gone on. And now Raposo will step in. So he will step in, the runner aboard, and the first runner of the contest on the base pass for Wheaton. That first pitch is a breaking ball in there for a strike to make it 0-1 on Raposo.
Yeah, I think Fernando's going to stay away from his fastball with Raposo. Again, a guy who he has extra base hits to his credit. He is one of their top players for the Wheaton Lions, so he needs to stay away from the heart of the plate, work the corner. He's down now in that situation, throws a breaking ball to start off the at-bat. Burgos is up 0-2.
He's throwing the breaking ball well, and biggest thing is even when he's got the 2 strikes, he's really spotted that fastball in places that have made these hitters think that one a off-speed pitch down in the dirt to make it 1-2. Kind of goes back to your point about what Burgos has done. He's made these hitters think about him more than him thinking about what these hitters are going to see on this next pitch. And Raposo looks at that to make it now 2-2.
Gammon needs to be a little bit careful at first base. Kites is somebody who is not afraid to throw. Doesn't have a high percentage of throwouts, either the first or second, but he will throw it. And with McCormick sitting at first base as another catcher, he's expecting every at bat to be a throw down if there is a runner at first base.
That one is fouled off back to the screen. Gammon has not stolen a base or attempted yet this year. It's not been put in that category at all for Wheaton, but see if he takes off at all in this spot. One down in the inning. At this point for Wheaton, they might just try to move some runners over via the bats.
Yeah, I could see Wheaton starting to stretch their, even guys who don't normally steal the bases, stretching their lead a little bit more just to get an extra step on the infield for the Beacons.
This one pops straight up. Hughie will move in and make the catch. Secures with 2 hands, and there's now 2 down in the inning. That'll bring Jared Sharkey to the plate. But again, a very impressive day thus far on the mound for Burgos. Kind of wondering to see what he would look like after he gave up that single to Gammon, but doesn't seem like he skipped a beat.
He is at 50 pitches right now, 33 for strikes. That's a good start. Good productivity right now for Burgos to the 4th innings. A guy who's not going to come and overpower people, try to get 3 strikes, 3 quick outs. He makes the batters think. He makes everybody think. He slows the pace down a little bit. He's not one of those guys who, like Chris Sale, it's like a sprint. He is a marathon runner when it comes to his pitching style. And so for him to be at where he's at right now, he's finding his spots. He's working the zone. And I think really it's his show right now, and he's really just kind of dictating the pace as it is.
1-0 the count. on Sharkey at the plate. Gammon over at first. Here's the pitch, and that one breaking ball that Sharkey was just very confused, and the count now even at 1-1.
Yeah, when his breaking ball is on, it is a hard pitch to locate, and it's an easy ground out type of pitch to hit where you really make no solid contact with it.
That time Sharkey with some solid contact out to right. Gammon going to test the arm at third, and he slides off the bag. Riley now makes the tag. A beautiful throw out from right field by Herzog, and UMass Boston out of the inning. Gammon tries to go first to third, but not to be, thanks to the arm of Nick Herzog. 9-0 Beacons as we head to the top half of the inning.
The 5-campus UMass system is the university that educates the workforce of Massachusetts. We recognize that we are truly here for a reason, and that recognition inspires us and drives us every single day.
Nothing UMass Boston, and well, Herzog can do it at the plate. He can also do it in the field. Wheaton trying to test the arm of Nick Herzog, and not to be after the last inning ends with a 9-5 putout.
Yeah, that was a great heads-up play by Nick. Again, you can't fault Wheaton for trying to spark a rally, get things going, but he was out by a mile before that. And we saw this yesterday. Wheaton, they're so aggressive on the base paths. They move so quick. They don't play a lot of games on turf. You saw what happened there. They just overslid the bag, and it happens when you're on turf and you're moving that quick. You just keep going, and with those rubber pellets, it's like you're on ball bearings. You just roll and keep rolling, and that's what happened. He was initially safe. The umpire didn't call him out, and the momentum carried him off the bag, and Eddie just followed up with the tag as he just stood there, and he was like, where am I supposed to go?
3-0 is the count already on Brown at the plate, and the pitch is in there for a strike to make it 3-1. But, again, that throw by Herzog, a terrific one, right on the money. That one missing off the plate. And a leadoff walk to Danny Brown, who has been tough to get out in this contest and in this tournament. Here today, Brown is 2 for 2 now with a walk and an RBI double, which is probably one of the shallowest RBI doubles we'll see in this tournament.
It was a heads-up double. It wasn't even like he did anything special. It was a heads-up double that he just saw that all three players had conversion on the ball at the same time in no man's land in center field. Good heads-up base coaching by Jamil Moquette, telling him to keep going, and there was nobody in a country mile to tag him out.
Roberge throws over, and for good reason. Brown already has a stolen base in this game. Stole second back in the first inning to try to give Ryan McCormick an opportunity with runners in scoring position, and now McCormick skies this one to shallow left. It'll be caught out in left field for the first out of the inning as McCormick is retired. And now Kites will come to the plate. And also give credit to UMass Boston defensively. A couple of good plays that have really given them momentum at times when you think Wheaton could find ways to take it back. Especially in that last inning after they got their first base runner aboard. They throw over, and they've got Brown, caught him leaning. 2 down in the inning. Good pickoff move there by Roberge, and Danny Brown caught sleeping over at first.
Yeah, he was getting lazy. I think he was very comfortable in his spot, and Roberge picked that up, and Danny looked like he was going on that one pitch, and nice toss over Roberge, and he was dead by a foot.
That one is a breaking ball missing outside to make it 1-0 on Kites. Kindy so far has walked and flown out in this game. He did that in the same inning. That one misses outside. It's 2-0. Came back in the second when UMass Boston was able to bat around in their 6-run inning. So that one is grounded towards third. Boyd with a slide and gets up and fires. It's in time. Nice play over at third. Now both third basemen, a couple of sliding grabs to their credit. 9-0 lead for UMass Boston heading to the bottom half of the 5th inning.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Welcome back to Monin Park. UMass Boston in front 9-0. We've seen a bunch of zeros on the board since the second inning when UMass Boston put up 6 to stretch their lead to 9-0. And now Wheaton will come to the plate here in this bottom half of the 5th inning, and Brian Salkan, who was robbed on probably the nicest play of the tournament by Eddie Riley. One misses down low for a ball. It's 1-0. DiMatteo waits on deck. And Salkine grounds that one to his position over at first base. Covering is Burgos, and the flip is in plenty of time to make it the first out of the inning here in this 5th frame. And Burgos continuing to pour it on for UMass Boston on the mound. We saw a terrific outing from Gottesman yesterday, and Burgos just kind of picking up where they left off. That is something that you look at all these teams, not only in this regional, but all across Division III. That one misses for a ball to make it 1-0. When you get some of your top guys to go at least 5-6 innings, and we've seen a couple of complete games in other regionals elsewhere, that one in there for a strike to make it 1-1. But you get that from some of your top arms on the pitching staff. It just makes things so much easier. 1-1 is the count. And the pitch on the way is going to be a check swing, and they say that DiMatteo went around. Mulcahy is on deck. This part of the order from Salkine down has yet to record a hit against Burgos. He fires the 1-2. Swing, and that one is fouled off. Stay alive there. Make it 1-2. Mulcahy has grounded out to short today. Boyd, who would follow, has grounded out to second. 1-2. Breaking ball, and Burgos thought that was strike 3, as did Kites, who was getting ready to throw that one down and get it started around the horn, but home plate umpire said otherwise.
Yeah, Roberge had the same thing happen in his last inning. Thought he got a corner and didn't get called the way he wanted it to.
And now Burgos fired up as he walks around the rubber after a terrific slider that DiMatteo clearly guessing.
Yeah, getting back to your point too earlier about pitching in this regional, these teams are very familiar with the old NCAA regional format, as we'll call it now. So they're used to getting as long as they can out of every arm. Now with a much more shorter tournament, if a starter gets in trouble, like we had in the first inning with Wheaton, you bring in Roberge, who's now gone 4 complete. He's only allowed 1 run on 2 hits. That's a game changer for some of these teams, because now you don't need Roberge to be like, okay, is he going to be my day 3, day 4 starter? We need him in now. Let's get what we can get out of him, and then we'll go to the next one.
That pitch is in there for a strike to make it 2-1. And also leaves that final day of this regional pretty open for UMass Boston. If Burgos can continue to go the rate that he's going, makes the count 3-1 of what you can do out of the bullpen, giving some extra guys some options if you do get in trouble and even have to play that second game. That one is skied by Mulcahy out to center. Brown turns a couple of different times, picks the direction he wants to catch the ball, makes the catch, and that ends the inning. 1-2-3 goes Wheaton in the 5th. We head to the top half of the 6th inning. Burgos and UMass Boston cruising. It's 9-0.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Welcome back to Monin Park. It's Charlie Hugie that will step in here to face Roberge to begin this top half of the 6th inning. 9-0 lead, and the first pitch to Hugie is grounded towards third, fielded and foul, as Boyd will field and flip back to his pitcher, Roberge, who, Dave, you talked about earlier what he's done out of the bullpen for Wheaton in this game. He's really kept him in a spot where if the offense could find a way to get going, they would have a chance to kind of claw their way back in this game. But on the flip side, Burgos has been magnificent for UMass Boston.
Yeah, if Roberge's name is on the starting lineup, I think this game is 0-0, 1-0, either side. It really is. It's amazing the difference one bad inning can get, and then the way a pitcher out of the bullpen can kind of help settle things down, and that's what we've seen. I mean, Wheaton seems much more calm on the infield. They're not really pressing. They're not twitchy, if you will. And at the plate, they're starting to show lives that they're going to start taking things a little bit slower, make Burgos throw a little bit more.
That one falls in between in the gap in left center field, and it will allow the runner to advance to second. It's a double, and UMass Boston now has a runner aboard here in this top half of the 6th inning. And again, the hot stretch just continuing for UMass Boston at the plate.
Yeah, it shows you how big Monin Park is. Identical dimensions to the actual Fenway Park. And there is a lot of ground to cover between between center and left field, and it just fell just where it needed to, and it took the drop it needed to.
The second hit of the day for Charlie Hugie, who's now 2 for 3 on the afternoon. Had a single, came around to score in the second. And now it'll bring up Nick Herzog, the runner in scoring position. This is not what Wheaton wants to see. The way Herzog has performed at the plate recently, he's already scored twice in this game and has 2 singles to his credit. Really 2 that got UMass Boston offense going in both the first and second, and he drives this one deep out to left field. Back it goes, and it's off the wall. Run's going to come in to score. Herzog coasts into second. It's a double off the top of the monster. UMass Boston now in double figures. It's 10-0.
Yeah, great pitch. Great pitch to hit for Nick, right under the yellow cap off the mini monster, and he just got all of it. Wind wasn't really a wind-aided fly ball. He just powered it through, muscled it through, and that's Nick's third hit of the day. He's 3 for 4, and if you're Coach Egerbrodt and the Beacons, this is what you want from your leadoff hitter, first team all-conference, definitely in the running for Player of the Year in the region, and potentially an All-American spot.
Now it's Lopez that will step in. That first pitch is a breaking ball that misses inside. It's 1-0 on Lopez. Herzog, again, we talked about what he's brought to the table here in this regional. And now a visit to the mound here. And this may be to just get arms loose, as it looks like Wheaton has started to loosen some arms in their bullpen. That UMass Boston bullpen has been silent all afternoon and probably will continue to be silent as long as Burgos can continue going at the rate he is. But regardless of how this inning ends and how this game ends for Wheaton, you got to think and give a round of applause to Roberge for what he's done coming in out of the bullpen in his innings of work to this point for Wheaton College. And St. Joe's now will await the loser of this game, as we talked about. So for Wheaton, maybe just trying to conserve some arms and see how many they try to use the rest of the way. But putting yourself in a position to get to that Sunday matchup, which UMass Boston could be in cruise control to head to that matchup on Sunday. Lopez at the plate. Looks at a pitch in. And that will now make the count at 2-0. Lopez has walked, reached on an error, and then went to second on the errant throw home, in which Hughie came around to score during that whirlwind of a second inning for Wheaton. Really, that has been the blemish on the resume for Wheaton so far in this game. That one is in there for a strike to make it 2-1. The 3-0 deficit, really kind of sizable, but definitely something that they could have made a run at. But then once that 6th spot came up for UMass Boston, that was one of the daggers here in this contest as Lopez awaits and watches low.
Yeah, that was an early nail for the Lions, and right now they're in, and they've been in survival mode for most of this game. But like you said, in the first 3 innings, it's still a brand new ball game. Anything can happen. Now we're in the 6th. Now you're down. Now you're quickly. Now you go from 12 outs to 9 outs to 6 outs to 3 outs, and then really after the 7th, now granted they did put up a big spot yesterday against St. Joe's in the later innings, but against a team like UMass Boston who's clicking on all cylinders right now, really the only thing that could kill UMass Boston is complacency in terms of their at-bats and defensively.
And Boyd unable to make the play, no throw on to first. So it'll be runners at first and second. And they're going to rule that, I believe, an error on Boyd. That'll be his second time allowing Lopez to reach on the error for Josh Lopez. So Lopez reaches on the second error of the day by Boyd. Of course, the first one we talked about before kind of took a weird hop on him. But that will bring Kyle Boudris to the plate with 2 runners on. The first pitch in there for his strike. And the count is 0-1. It's kind of felt like a while since UMass Boston has had runners aboard. They had one back in the 5th after Danny Brown was picked off. Boudris awaits and fouls that back to the screen. Counts 0-2. Dave, you feel like these at-bats, though, for UMass Boston, they just look so confident at the plate.
Yeah, there's a composure to the Beacons right now. And again, and sometimes it works out in these regionals where you have the highest seed playing the lowest seed, and the pitching's not always there. Granted, the Beacons saw Baruch's top arm yesterday, and he was no slouch of a pitcher. He had a great fastball, a great breaking ball. But they still had the ability to just sit back, and they've seen, and UMass Boston has been ranked in the top 5 in strength of schedule almost the entire season, so they've seen the cream of the crop in terms of starters. And really, they're just showing their composure now, and they're showing that they're patient and that they don't need to press because they're going to use the entire scoreboard, all those outs, and they're going to really just work you, and they're going to make you think more about them.
1-2 to Boudris. That one misses in tight. 2-2. Herzog at second and Lopez at first, so some speed on the base pass for UMass Boston to try and stretch their advantage. Up 10-0. Second day in a row, they will have put up double figures on the board. That breaking ball hit at about 55 feet. The count is now full 3-2.
Yeah, UMass Boston, and again, like most New England regional teams, you see it in BAPS and the Southern Maines of the world, and even the Wheatons. When their stars are playing at the level they should be playing at, baseball's fun and easy. It's when your big bats are pressing and not finding a good rhythm that really makes confident teams second guess themselves. And right now, top to bottom, the bats that UMass Boston need to show up are showing up, and that does so much more in terms of the defensive mentality. You see plays like Eddie Riley. He's on a different level in terms of intensity, momentum, and so he's able to stretch out, make that huge diving play, and use his cannon of an arm to get him out of first base.
Cotraro will step in for UMass Boston. That one misses downstairs, and the count is now 1-0. Cotraro had a 2 RBI triple back in the second inning. That was the first batter that Roberge had to face. And that one misses for a ball as well to make it 2-0. Bases loaded and nobody out. That is made me sound like a broken record so far in this game. UMass Boston's done it now in 3 separate innings of this contest, including the first, second, and now here in the 6th. Yeah, swing, and that one is grounded down the first baseline. Fair. That's going to roll for extra bases. 2 runs are going to come in to score, and coasting in a second is Cotraro. They're going to test for the 3rd run, and that's going to be thrown out of the plate. Boudris gone by a mile, but regardless, UMass Boston puts up 2 more on a 2 RBI double. Now 4 RBIs on the day for Cotraro, and the Beacons coasting. Now it's a 12-0 lead.
Yeah, that was Fred DeFrance at third base. Got a little wave happy with that one. Boudris does not have speed. We'll just say it that way. He hustles really hard, but to go from first to home, he was probably exhausted coming around there saying probably please stop me, and it didn't happen. So great throw. I'm not going to take anything away from that throw down the line from right field. It was a spot-on throw like we saw earlier today. But unfortunately for the Lions, it knocks Roberge out of the game, who really settled things down for them.
So Roberge coming out, new pitcher coming in for Wheaton. We'll let you know who it is when we come back on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Welcome back to Moden Park. Patrick Arter coming on to the rubber here for the Lions in this top half of the 6th inning. Just 1 down here in the frame. And UMass Boston has found their way offensively in this contest. And it has shown so far, and really have played mistake-free baseball to this point. And now Patrick Arter will have a chance to try and keep this lead where it's at 15 and a third innings pitched this year for Arner. 17 strikeouts to 10 walks on the season for Arter. So he comes in and he'll have to face really a tough part in this order in Eddie Riley and Danny Brown. And followed by McCormick, who's looking for his first hit of the contest, as Riley will step into the box. One down in the frame.
Yeah, in this situation, Arter is just in here to just stop the bleeding as best he can. Right now, I think Wheaton is starting to focus on the fact that they have 12 outs left. They get the last at-bats. They are the home team. But in the back of their minds, especially in the coaching staff, they have to be thinking, all right, if we can't close this gap, we have to be ready for game 2, that we're going to have to come back and play 45 minutes to an hour after the conclusion of this. And what arms are we going to have to hold from this game to potentially use in the next game?
Catch will be made out in center field there by Ashley, and that will make it out number 2 on the fly out by Eddie Riley out to center field. Of course, they got a very good outing out of Griffin Young yesterday, the freshman right-hander. He's able to get the win for this Lyons team, but now 2 down here in the inning. And Danny Brown trying to continue to produce here, add some damage for UMass Boston as Arter delivers in a swing and a miss by Brown to make the count 0-1. 2 down here in the frame. 11 hits already for UMass Boston. Wheaton just 2 hits. No runs able to be pushed across. Burgos has been phenomenal to this point. That one misses outside for a ball to make the count 1-1. Burgos brought a no-hitter all the way into that 4th inning. And then Wheaton able to add 2 hits to that total. The 1-1 offering on the way.
Yeah, Burgos is doing exactly what UMass Boston pitching coach Dan Gamble wants him to do. The offense is getting it done, so the emphasis is, all right, there's no excuses. Do what you're supposed to do. Get the strikeouts you're supposed to get. Get the strikes. Don't waste pitches. Let's keep our guys in the bullpen sitting down, enjoying the nice day, and the offense is just continuing to roll off of that. It's really a double-edged sword.
Brown goes down looking. Arter gets the first 2 batters that he faces. It's 12-0 UMass Boston after a 3 spot. We head to the bottom half of the 6th inning here in Beaconville. Welcome back here to Monin Park. See some fans enjoying this glorious afternoon here in Beaconville, and they're enjoying a 12-0 lead for UMass Boston.
Yeah, those are a couple UMass Boston originals up there. I see Chris Fowler, Sports Information Assistant Seth Orensky, and that's the original Beaconville sign that UMass Boston brought with them via Tom Cole's mom, Mama Cole, that they used. They had with them all the way to their first ever conference and regional championship in 2010.
12-0 lead, and Willie Boyd will step in here for Wheaton, impressive that the sign has still held together. That one is waved at and missed. It's 0-1.
Yeah, it's held together by it's not laminated, it is Scotch taped together. Literally, they laminated it with Scotch tape.
Okay.
And it has traveled, I think, it's been to Wisconsin. It's probably been a lot of places. Mama Cole brought that banner with her everywhere, and it just showed how dedicated these fans and these family members are to this program, and then it still shows that the alums come back and they're always willing to come out and support their Beacons.
0-2 still the count on Boyd, and of course part of the reason it has seen so many interesting spots has been the success of this Beacons program and what they've done through this really last couple of years, and even going back further than that. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Burgos pauses, and for good reason. He's now got another strikeout to add to his resume as Boyd goes down swinging. So he's now struck out 5 in this one.
Yeah, he's just showing total command. This is his game. He's moving at his pace. He's not letting the Wheaton hitters dictate. And the funny thing is, the Wheaton hitters, they are just letting him control pace. They're not trying to slow him up by calling time. He's just throwing strikes or throwing it across the plate, and they are just either not seeing it or it's just doing something on them that they can't register.
And of course, that arm slot that Burgos is thrown from has made it tough as well. Kind of that side angle that he comes with. It's 3-0 though to start the at-bat on Quigley, the shortstop who's had one at-bat today and flown out. That came all the way back in the 3rd inning. Shows the efficiency that Burgos has worked with. Not a lot of walks to this point. It's not a loud one in this game. That one is in there for a strike. It's 3-1.
Yeah, and going into this at-bat, he's at 70 pitches, 46 for strikes. Like you said, he hasn't walked anybody. He's just being very, very efficient, letting his arm do all the work.
And Quigley's going to beat this one out. It was Lopez who tried to make the play deep up the middle, but unable to get the throw in time. So Quigley reaches on the single. And now Ashley will come to the plate.
Yeah, good wheels by Quigley on that. Once he made contact, he was going, didn't slow up even a little bit. Wheaton's just is hoping for anything they can get going. This is their 3rd hit of the day, so they're just trying to build any late momentum, just try to get out of this, try to at least end the shutout bid for the most part.
Pitch misses inside for a ball to make it 1-0. And also to note that, of course, they're going to have to play in that 6 o'clock game, barring a incredible comeback, but that's also something to think about, too. You want to bring some of that momentum moving into that 6 o'clock start, because St. Joe's, who's been sitting around all day but had a very solid performance against Baruch and an impressive offensive display as well. So for Wheaton, they may be trying to look to get that as well.
Yeah, right now it's a matter of we need our hitters to start hitting again. And Burgos is an elite New England pitcher.
Throw on to first is well wide, and that will keep Ashley at first base. That was a quick flip over to second. Lopez maybe got a little bit greedy there, throwing that one over to first, but one down in the inning. And fielder's choice there as Brody Ashley reaches. And now Gammon will come to the plate with 2 down here in the inning.
Yeah, Lopez didn't look like he expected the toss. He thought Charlie was going to run to second base and get the play at second, but saw an opportunity to go at first, and Kites was backing up McCormick at first base, which keeps the runner at first base and really prevents anything from putting a runner in scoring position.
So 2 down now in the inning, and the pitch on the way. That one is a breaking ball in there for a strike. And you want to find an area where Burgos has excelled. It's been the location of the breaking ball has been terrific to this point. Even spots when he hasn't thrown it for a strike, he's been getting these hitters to chase.
Yeah, he's really on point, especially with his first pitch strikes. He's trying everything in his power to get these hitters behind the count early. He's not giving them a lot of wiggle room in terms of giving them 1-2 or going down 3-0. He's really making sure that he gets out early and really makes the hitters chase.
Next pitch to Gammon is swung on and lifted out into left center field. Moving back and making the grab out in left center is Brown, and that will end the inning. Burgos works through another frame. He's through 6. UMass Boston in front 12-0.
you to give yourself to other things?
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Welcome back to Monin Park. Wheaton trying to get out of this frame without giving up any more runs. And we take a look at what was going on around. We'll get a look at that at some point here later on today. But again, for UMass Boston, so far in this regional, the Beacons have lived up to the hype as the number 1 seed. They are up 12-0 after a big win yesterday in which they put up 15 runs, so just 3 runs away from that mark. And now be McCormick that will step in, take a strike. The count is 0-1 as Arter comes back onto the rubber. Of course, this the first year of the new format in Division III baseball. That one is lined by McCormick and foul down the left field line. So the winner of this regional will go to the Super Regional as opposed to years past with the regional winner just heading directly to the College World Series, which has a new destination this year as well.
Correct, yeah. It moved from Wisconsin, which was, I had only been there once. It was one of my career aspirations to go to the Wisconsin College World Series, and it was an amazing experience. I had the time of my life. New city, new site. But you know what? It kind of works out that you have a new home for the World Series and then a whole new format, and it really shows how the sport is evolving and how these institutions are really looking at the sport both from a financial standpoint but from an experience standpoint.
Swing and a miss by McCormick. He goes down on strikes, and that will be out number 1. And now stepping in will be Nico Kides.
Nico's looking for his first hit of the day. He's walked in the second inning, flew out to right field also in the inning because the Beacons batted around and then grounded out to the third baseman in the 5th. So him and McCormick are still hitless for today, which you don't really want in this situation. You want all your guys trying to find their swing again, but luckily enough, the top of the order for UMass Boston's really picked up a lot of that weight.
That one in there for a strike, and it's 0-2. And the next offering set to come as well to Kides. That one misses outside for a ball. And the count will now move to 1-2 on Kides. Still a couple of teams from last year still alive in their respective regionals after making the World Series a year ago. Swing, and that one is fouled off by Kides.
Yeah, you're starting to see a lot of consistency in baseball in Division III as a whole. Again, we're in Division III. You're not Division I, where you have your Power 5 conferences. You have the SEC baseball. You have your consistent teams year in, year out. New England is, like I said, is reemerging as what it should be, as a consistent member in the talks of a national championship for Division III. Something that this region has gone without for a while, and I think looking at who has won championships the last few years, it's something that easily could be brought back into the conversation.
Kides grounds that one out to second, and it's fielded cleanly, throw to first in plenty of time. And that will be out number 2. So 2 down now in the frame. That will, in fact, bring Charlie Hugie to the plate. Hugie so far today has singled and doubled in this ball game. He scored twice as well. That one plunks him right in the back. So Hugie now aboard on a hit by pitch. That's the first from either team here this afternoon. And with 2 down in the inning, UMass Boston has a runner aboard here in the 7th.
Yeah, Charlie's had his better day at the plate today. Like you said, a single and a double, and now the hit by pitch. He's somebody who's hit or miss, no pun intended, when it comes to his at bats. And when he makes contact consistently, gets on base consistently. When he's having a not so great day, it's pretty obvious. But he's an X factor for the Beacons. If he can get on base as the 9-hole hitter, that really helps UMass Boston in terms of the top of the lineup really kind of keep that momentum going.
1-0 the count. On the leadoff man, Nick Herzog swings and misses, and the count is 1-1, maybe trying to put it over that mini monster that he hit earlier in the game. Hit one out to dead left field, just right off the top of that yellow line. That one came right back into the ballpark. And now 1-1. Arter fires, and that one is fouled back to the screen. And it actually went just over 1-2 now, the count on Herzog.
Yeah, Nick is a guy, he's like you said, he's got a double, couple singles. He's a guy who's flirted with the infamous cycle. That's the one thing that has eluded UMass Boston baseball as a program. He's come close a couple of times. We had Chris Fowler a few years back, almost get it, finished just short of one. So he's had the ability, and he is, with his speed, he's able to stretch out a double, make it a triple. So, but again, I think the Beacons are just looking for Nick to get his confidence back, make those consistent hits. They need him to find the gaps. They don't want mammo swings, especially at this. Right now, you should be focusing on just making contact, driving it through the areas you need it to, and just keep adding to the lead, playing small ball.
That one misses outside for a ball, and it's now run full 3-2. 2 down here in the inning. Hugie will be off on the pitch for UMass Boston, who leads at 12-0 here in the top half of the 7th inning. And it has been a start-to-finish performance for UMass Boston. Hugie takes off. That one just fouls off the tip of the bat by Herzog to stay alive. The count's still full. 2 down in the frame. And a day that started out just as sunny as it looks like it's going to end here this afternoon. The payoff pitch on the way. Herzog swings, lines that one out to right, and that one is going to be caught out there by Gammon, and that will end the inning. So UMass Boston leaves one stranded, but still in front by a score of 12-0 as we head to the bottom half of the 7th inning.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
Welcome back to Monin Park. UMass Boston in front 12-0. Here heading to the bottom half of the 7th inning. And now Nick Raposo will step to the plate here. to lead things off for Wheaton in the bottom half of the 7th.
Yeah, Raposo's 0 for 2 today, grounded out to the pitcher and flew out to the shortstop. Can't really say much more about than what we've already touched on about Burgos' day. It's consistent. It's been solid. It's to the point where if he gets another quick 1, 2, 3, we could see him in the 8th. I don't know if Coach Eigerbrodt will stretch him to the 9th. It all depends on how quickly he gets outs in the 8th. Will depend if we see him go in the 9th.
1-1 in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. And Raposo with a little bit of a look, but kind of the feeling that Wheaton's had all day. They just haven't found a way to get anything going offensively as Burgos winds and deals.
I mean, his breaking ball hasn't changed. It's been hitting the same spots over and over. And at this point, to be looking back at the umpire, I mean, I hate to say this, kind of making an excuse. You should be going up there just looking for something to hit. And again, like we've said, it's not necessarily about this game, it's about the next game. And if you're worried about what the umpire is calling and what he's not calling, that's a bad mindset to go into an elimination game at the end of the day. And that also means not only do you have to win tonight, then you have to win 2 tomorrow. That's a heavy task. Again, shortened tournament be an even greater task if you had the original format with the 18 pod.
And now a base hit for one of the leaders of this offense for the Lions in Nick Raposo, so he's aboard. And that will now be Jared Sharkey to come to the plate for Wheaton. With nobody out in this inning. Sharkey, again, one of the guys offensively that has had a quiet day so far, had a single, but can produce offensively as Burgos misses outside for a ball. Still no action really down in that Beacons bullpen. Some guys kind of walking around looking to get loose. The 1-0. Breaking ball swing and a miss by Sharkey, and that will make it 1-1.
Yeah, I think even though Burgos has shown a little bit of fatigue, I mean, he's on his 89th pitch of the day, 55th strike. They're going to give him some room. I mean, he's got a 12-run lead. They're going to give him some room. I don't think you're going to see a quick trigger on him, a quick pull. I think they're going to let him go the 7th, and he may go into the dugout, and they may say, great job, great day, or they may say, what do you want to do? And the Beacons have got plenty of arms in the bullpen. They could easily go inning per inning with each one and then just kind of see how everything plays out.
So a wild pitch there that will allow Raposo to advance to second. I think Kides was maybe expecting something kind of on that inside part, and then fastball just ran away that time from Burgos. So for the first time today, it's a runner in scoring position for Wheaton. Again, they had a single that came back in the 4th inning, and then Gammon was thrown out trying to go first to third. That's the only time that they've had a base runner anywhere near third base. That pitch in there for a strike on the outside part of the plate. Make the count full 3-2. Brian Salkine waits on deck for Wheaton. Payoff pitch coming. Sharkey fouls it off and battles to stay alive.
Another great breaking ball for Burgos. He's working the corners. Just making, still at this point, the Wheaton hitters are still guessing on really where he's going to hit their spot. And even with the runner on second base, Burgos is still just controlling the momentum. He's taking his time, getting set, really not paying too much attention to the runner.
That one grounded through the hole on the left side for a base hit. Runner will hold at third base, but Sharkey aboard, and it's runners at the corners. And now, again, like we talked about, Dave, earlier, Wheaton just trying to get some momentum going into that contest upcoming. And now the question becomes, what do you do for Burgos? We talked about the leash, but do you start to get somebody loose if things do start to go a little bit south for Burgos? But this really feels like the first time that Wheaton has started to get anything going, and it came from two guys that we expected to have big days. in Raposo and Sharkey.
Yeah, it does look like UMass Boston has somebody up warming. Most likely it's going to be Joe McGuire out of the pen. And then he may go an inning, and they may bring somebody in to close out the ninth, depending on how this inning plays out. They turn a double. UMass Boston turns a double play, gives up the run, which in some mind, everybody wants to shut out, but sometimes just giving up that one run can make the difference.
And now Salkind able to find a free spot out in center field. It's a base hit and an RBI single for Brian Salkind. So now a 12-1 contest. Runners at first and second, and still nobody out here in the inning. And Zach DiMatteo, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. Now we'll have a chat with Burgos here for UMass Boston, but regardless of shutout or no shutout, you can give a good chunk of the credit of keeping this Wheaton offense down to Burgos in this contest.
Yeah, this is what you want from starters. I mean, it's a 3-day tournament realistically. You're in the winner's bracket. You just have to play 3 games. That's just a standard week. And if you're going to go starters, that's just a normal week for UMass Boston. Every team has 3 or 4 good starters that they're going to roll with for the most part throughout the year. So if you stay in the winner's bracket, that's just business as usual. It's when you start getting down and you really start having to get tricky with stuff, and like we've been talking about, this is a really tough spot for either one of these teams. If Wheaton pulls off the comeback, which they very well could in the next 2 innings, I mean, you're really talking it's a mental battle as compared to a physical battle.
So now stepping in is DiMatteo. Looked at the first pitch to make it 1-0. And that's what kind of adds that different component as well when you get to that super regional. That one grounded out towards short. Hugie flips to second for 1, on to first in plenty of time. It's a double play, and there's 2 down now in the inning after a terrific play. Once again, Hugie to Lopez, and back over to first to McCormick.
The second baseman, number 1.
So that brings George Mulcahy to the plate with the runner at third and now 2 outs here in this inning. It's plays like that we talked about, even with a large lead, maybe you start to take your foot off the pedal, make some mistakes defensively, but there we saw UMass Boston with a good play to roll that double play. And they count 0-1 now on Mulcahy, who is 0 for 2 today.
Yeah, that's been the story between Charlie and Josh all year. Josh had to sit for most of the early part of the year. He had some things going on. They brought him back. He immediately filled in the starting as the starting second baseman, picked up where he left off. And in that position, UMass Boston was hurting in terms of trying to figure out who was going to be their consistent guy. And Josh came in, and the connection with him and Charlie it's been untouchable. I mean, they really know how each other play, and they know how to read each other. And like on that, they knew how one was going to turn and how one was going to throw it.
2-1 the count on Mulcahy. It's so important to have your guys up the middle be so solid, especially when it comes tournament time. That one missing outside for a ball to make it 3-1. We've talked about this before with Charlie Hugie, but when your shortstop can kind of captain your defense, it just makes the guys around him even that much more important and that much better. We've seen, of course, the outstanding glove of Eddie Riley throughout his career. Swinging, that one's lined over the glove of Hugie, and that's a base hit out into left field and an RBI single for George Mulcahy. And the score now moves to 12-2, so back to a 10-run deficit for Wheaton.
Yeah, I think this will be it for Burgos after this. If they get the next out, I think they'll let him close out the 7th, and probably that'll be it for today and go to the pen. And touching back to what you were saying about Hugie as an on-field leader, when you play on turf, and we've seen it over the last 4 years since UMass Boston's had Monin Park, the ball moves so much faster. You really need to have guys who can play at a different speed when it comes to having the glove. It's one thing to be at a different speed when you're running the bases, but to really have to know that you have to go into a full sprint, and your first step has to be so much faster than maybe something on grass or wet grass. I mean, the thing about turf is dry turf is quick, wet turf is quicker. at least with the wet baseball, with wet grass, you're going to get it slowed down. You have the dirt, things of that nature. So they really have done a good job of learning how turf plays over their careers here, and they're the first class that's played all 4 years at Monon Park.
That pitch is in there for a strike. Count 1-2. Willie Boyd at the plate. This crowd trying to get Burgos to end this 7th inning here. Boyd looks at it, and it's a little bit downstairs. Make the count 2-2. Waiting on deck is Quigley if Boyd reaches for Wheaton. And if you're Wheaton, you're not in a bad spot moving forward to this next game, as that one is grounded foul. Only had to use really 2 arms. You could argue that Maikos only through 1 inning of work, struggled through that frame, but didn't have to use a ton with Roberge coming in and then followed by Arter. So bullpen still probably majority available for this Wheaton team, and that one missing in tight. Burgos was hoping that that was going to fall in there for a strike, and instead misses in tight, and it's full 3-2.
Yeah, Wheaton has nothing to worry about. They are still one of the top teams in New England, top teams in this regional without a doubt, next to UMass Boston. And they saw St. Joseph's yesterday. So there's no secrets, there's no hidden tricks. Everybody knows everybody the way they play.
That one is fouling off down the line.
So I really think that if the result stays the same, Wheaton goes into the next game fully knowing the situation they're in. They've been in the situation before when they got knocked out of the conference tournament. So this is nothing new for them, having to come out of being in a loser's bracket type situation, if you will, in an elimination situation. Things didn't go their way during the conference tournament, but something they're not used to, and they're definitely going to come back, and I really see them making a game of it if there is a game 6.
Boyd grounds it to second, and that will end the inning. And Burgos getting a nice ovation as he comes off the rubber for his 7th and what's more than likely his final inning of work. UMass Boston leads at 12-2 as we head to the 8th.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Welcome back to Monon Park, and Zach Pippa, the new pitcher on the mound for Wheaton. Pippa coming in 16 appearances. You saw the numbers there for Pippa in his 16 2/3 innings of work thus far on the season. So Wheaton trying to grab one extra arm out of the bullpen here to maybe trying to close down these last 2 innings for the Lions. And the 1-0 misses low to make it 2-0 to Josh Lopez. Lopez, one of few Beacons that has yet to record a hit today. Reached on a couple of errors, however. That one in there for a strike to make it 2-1. Lopez will be followed by Boudris and Cotraro. Swing and a miss. Lopez chased it, knew it too. With a 2-2 count. And the 2-2 from Pippa is swung on and lifted out towards left. Moving back and just in front of the track. Out there to make the grab is Sharkey, and there's one down here in the inning. That'll bring Boudris now to the dish for UMass Boston.
Designated hitter number 15, Kyle Boudris.
Boudris has an RBI single that came back in the second inning. He's also walked twice, and as Dave mentioned, got thrown out on a play he was maybe hoping to stop at third. Count is 0-1 on Boudris. Boudris came around to score back in the first inning of this contest. That one in there for a strike. It's 0-2.
Scored in the second as well, I believe.
That he did.
Yeah. Kyle's had another consistent day for Kyle. He's getting on base as he can, and just like that, three pitches, 2 outs for the Lions.
And a good start here for Pippa, who's come in out of the bullpen. And now it'll be Cotraro that is going to be pinch hit for here. And a pinch hitter coming in for UMass Boston. And Kyle Penny will be called upon here, the junior. This is now his 14th at-bat of the season. And Penny in there for a strike, and the count is 0-1. We'll see what Beacons decide to do here. As Pippa fires, and that one misses for a ball to make it 1-1.
Yeah, either Kyle will go in to catch in the next inning, or what they'll do is they'll either put Cesare or somebody in left field.
That one misses for a ball. It's 2-1. Here is the 2-1 offering from Pippa. In there for a strike to even it at 2-2. So St. Joe's warming up and getting set for action between St. Joe's and Wheaton. That's what we'll more than likely see coming up at 6 o'clock right here at Monin Park. Have all the action for you of that contest as well. The 2-2 offering. Breaking ball in there for a called third strike. Penny goes down looking. Back-to-back Ks here in the 8th. And that will bring Wheaton back to the plate. 10-run deficit for the Lions.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
New pitcher on the mound for the Beacons, and it will be Matt Demma that will come into the contest for UMass Boston. Fernando Burgos, his day is done for the Beacons, and it will be Dema to replace Burgos here in this contest. See the numbers there, a 1-0 record and a 4.50 ERA for Matt Dema on the mound for the Beacons.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for Dema. Beacons up 10 runs, excuse me. And Coach Igerbroat and Coach Gamble are going to use a little bit of their arms that we may not see tomorrow in the championship game if the score does hold up. And Dema's a guy who's, again, another one of these guys very much like a goddessman. He's going to have to pay his dues. He's going to have to work through it. He's going to have to battle with some guys who are a little bit more veteran-esque seasoned guys in postseason play. So this is a good opportunity for Dema to come out and show what he's got.
So Dema now into the ball game. That one misses outside, and Danny Colazzo will go to left field as Cotraro will exit. Day is done for Fernando Burgos. 7 innings, 7 hits, just 2 runs allowed. That pitch is in there for his strike to make the count 1-1. Total pitch count ends at 111 pitches for Fernando Burgos. Talked about his bulldog mentality, and we saw that today. 2-1 now the count on Quigley at the plate.
Well, the more impressive thing, once again, for Fernando and what has really become a consistent thing for the Beacons is no walks. 7 innings, 111 pitches. I don't think he had too many 3-2 counts for the entire afternoon. If he had maybe 2 at most for the entire day, and that's something. That says something. It shows you the type of command he's had. Obviously, things started slipping away a little bit in the 7th just because when you hit that 100th pitch mark, your arm starts to go a little bit. So they've made the right choice by pulling him. Really just took him out of the game so he got a nice ovation when he left, and now giving the bullpen an opportunity to come in and really hopefully continue to shut the Lions bats down.
So Matt Dema now in a full count with Quigley. And Quigley swings and skies this one out to center. Brown will move in. He makes the catch. 1 down here in the inning on the fly out to center. And it's back to the top of the order with Brody Ashley.
Yeah, Ashley, he's, again, another bat I think Wheaton was expecting more out of today. Reached on a fielder's choice. That's the only time he's touched first base. Grounded out to short in the 1st. Then his next appearance wasn't until the 4th. So really, the Lions bats have had not that many opportunities to even swing today, and this just being his 4th at bat overall, and that says something to what Burgos' day was like.
1-0 the count on Brody Ashley after the pitch missed outside from Dema. That one is swung on and popped up. Kides flips the mask, makes the catch. 2 down in the inning. UMass Boston having everything click so far today. And the struggles at the plate have continued here in this contest for Wheaton, hoping that doesn't carry over to their contest upcoming with St. Joe's, who again, as we mentioned, had a nice positive offensive outburst in their win, as that one is grounded foul. And the count is 0-1. The 0-1 pitch set to come to Connor Gammon, one of the 4 I should say, that have singled in this game. That one misses outside for a ball. Another good recipe for UMass Boston. There's yet to be an extra base hit in this game that has been recorded by this Wheaton offense. Of the 7 hits, all of them have just moved 1 base. That one misses out inside, I should say. Make it 2-1.
Yeah, UMass Boston has really, top to bottom today, really shown why they're the top seed, why they're one of the top teams in New England. They did everything correctly. Everything fell their way. Wheaton, again, I don't count on Wheaton in the least bit. I don't think this is a tournament that I think they could easily come back, win tonight, win 2 tomorrow, and be on their way to a super regional. I don't count them out at all, and I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup between St. Joe's and Wheaton's round 2.
The 2-2 is fouled off. The count stays even at 2-2. But again, that becomes something that we talked about earlier. Trying to have to battle back through that loser's bracket, but with the shorter regional tournament, it does make it easier to do that. That one is skied out towards left. Lazo will head back towards the wall. He makes the catch, and that will end the inning. Dema comes in, 1-2-3. Down goes Wheaton in the 8th. We head to the 9th inning. UMass Boston in front by 10.
No hits, no UMass Boston errors.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Welcome back here on the Beacons Broadcast Network. And UMass Boston now in front by 10 here in the top half of the 9th inning. And the first pitch missing outside for a ball. And the count is 1-0 to Eddie Riley, third baseman for UMass Boston. As he grounds that one towards third, fielded by Boyd. He fires to first in time. And that will retire Riley and retire any chance of him finding a way on base today with a hit. Riley now 0 for 5 in this game,
Center fielder number 7,
but made up for it with an incredible play with the glove earlier in the contest. Danny Brown will now step in. Brown has a couple of hits in this one. Had a hit back in the first and then an RBI double in the second. 1-0. Misses outside, 2-0. The 2-0 coming on the way from Pippa. In there for a strike to make it 2-1. McCormick, who's 0 for 4 today, waits on deck. As Brown checks his swing, and they say he went around to make it now 2-2. So Pippa's come out of the bullpen and looks strong so far for Wheaton. We'll see what Wheaton decides to do moving forward into this next game. Barring a 10-run inning in the 9th, they'll have to play in, and there's a pitch right in the outside part of the plate. Brown didn't like it, and he shrugs his shoulders and walks back to the dugout. Not pleased. 2 down now in the inning.
Yeah, Danny should have, again, at this point of the game, your mind starts to go a little bit. It is the top of the 9th, but no reason to be shaking your head at an umpire. Just, got called out on a good pitch. Just take it as it is, and then focus on your next at-bat and the fact that you are potentially playing for a regional championship tomorrow.
Here's the 1-0. Swing, and that one is sliced foul down the line. The count moves to 1-1. 2 down here in this inning. Of course, they will face the winner of that regional at Southern Maine. So 2 Little East Conference teams, 2 hosts of regionals. The 1-1 misses off the plate. It's 2-1.
Yeah, that's I've been talking about it all week. That's going to be a very, very bizarre occurrence. In the first year, you have your regional, super regional format. Your one pod ultimately culminates with LEC rivals facing each other at the same field that UMass Boston just won a conference championship at last week. If everything goes that way. Now I know that Southern Maine is in the loser bracket of their pod after losing to New England College. They came back to win today to eliminate SUNY Oswego.
That one is skied out towards left field, and the catch is made, and that one will end the inning. We'll get back to that when we come back here for the bottom half of the ninth inning. UMass Boston in front by 10 on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
Matt Demma back on the mound for the bottom half of this ninth inning. And you mentioned knocking out Oswego State out of contention for possibly heading back to the College World Series after an appearance last year. And College of Worcester as well was on the brink of elimination earlier today. That one in there for a strike. They came away with a 7-0 win in that contest, but looks like we'll more than likely see some new faces in this year's College World Series. That one inside for a ball, and the count is 1-1. The couple of teams made that College World Series a year ago, hanging on to host a couple of regionals. That one is inside for a ball to make it 2-1. So 2-1 count upcoming to Raposo at the plate. That one in there for a strike to make it even at 2-2. Matt Demma will not see his former school yet face UMass Boston. Of course, a transfer from St. Joe's. That one misses for a ball to make it full 3-2. But they will have to face Wheaton. That could possibly set up that matchup for tomorrow if they can find a way to sneak by Wheaton. A 3-2 payoff pitch coming. Swing, and that one is fouled off. Of course, these two teams will meet later on tonight, have already played in this tournament. And Wheaton using a 6-run 7th inning to propel them to a victory as Demma fires, and that one grounded out towards short. Hugie on the slide, fires, and it is in time. What a terrific play by Charlie Hugie. And that play may sum up kind of how this game has gone, and we'll take another look. Terrific play by Hugie.
Yeah, that's really been the story for UMass Boston today, defensively, especially on the left side of the infield. Riley making a great web gem play. Charlie follows it up with another one, and we're doing it in the bottom of the ninth inning. 10-run lead for the Beacons, not getting complacent, helping their pitcher out, trying to get this game over with so they can go home, get something to eat, rest, while Wheaton's got to prepare for game 2.
One down in the inning, and the first pitch to Sharkey was in there for a strike. That breaking ball misses downstairs. Even the count at 1-1. Salkind will come to the plate following here. The 1-1 pitch misses outside for a ball. It's 2-1. That's kind of the tough part about this regional format now with less teams in it. There's much better chance that you face a team you've already played. And that one ends outside for a ball, and they say that Sharkey did not go around to make it 3-1. Of course, that was still very possible with the 8-team regional, but much more diverse that you could get towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, you really only had a situation like what happened in UMass Boston where you're playing a team in the semifinal round that you're going to see them again in the championship round. You don't see it too much where you have a team that faces each other, two teams that face each other on day one, facing each other in on championship Sunday.
One down in the inning, and Salkind will step in. He will come to the plate. He's got an RBI in this contest. And he swings and lines that one foul. And
heads up, coach.
Third base coach having to jump out of the way. So the 0-1 now going to come from Dema. Trying to close the door for UMass Boston with a 10-run lead, and that one is grounded towards second by Salkind. Lopez throws to second for the out. Salkind will reach on the fielder's choice. But that is all, and Sharkey is retired. And now have a pinch hitter that will come to the plate for Wheaton here. As they start to get creative with their lineup.
Please pinch hitting for Zach DiMatteo, number 14, Andrew Manny.
So Andrew Manny will come to the plate as the final chance for Wheaton in this one. Manny replacing the designated hitter, Zach DiMatteo. Manny has appeared in 31 games this year. That one missing for a ball, and the count is 1-0. 97 at-bats for Manny. Saw the 351 average. He's also had some production to his credit, 28 RBIs. That one grounded to third. Fielded by Riley, the throw to first. And UMass Boston is regional championship bound. They will head to the region championship tomorrow as they get set to figure out if they're going to play St. Joe's or Wheaton. That game will start at 6 o'clock right here at Monin Park, but a dominant performance day from start to finish by this UMass Boston team.
Yeah, UMass Boston really showed that this is their field, that everything's going their way, and they're playing like the top seed in the region. Really, Fernando Burgos, he really set the tone for today, and the Bats scored early, 6 runs, and they really they didn't miss a beat. They really did exactly what they needed to do, pulling out the 12-2 win, and now they can just sit back, see who comes out of the next game, and then focus on tomorrow.
So UMass Boston winners by a final score of 12-2, and for the Beacons, an impressive performance in this contest, and we take a look at the regional the regional that goes around Division III baseball and what has happened around the other regionals that have been occurring throughout the day. And for UMass Boston, they will again face the winner of that Southern Maine regional. Southern Maine, as we talked about earlier, got that win over Oswego State as they were able to get the win in that one as well. But we take a look at those numbers, Dave, and again, this regional, not only a very competitive one, but the other regionals around the conference have been competitive as well.
Yeah, it's really been a good balance, and I tip my hat to the NCAA regional selection committee because speaking from experience, I didn't really think these regionals could have gone the way that they could have, and they really focused on the right things to make these regionals special. And I really think the level of competition across all regionals are balanced, and I think this is something that's really going to be enjoyable for years to come if they stay with this format.
And a very impressive win for UMass Boston to set up the 2-3 matchup that'll be upcoming here at 6 o'clock, as we will have that one for you upcoming here in the next couple of hours, or about the top of the next hour, we should say, for that one as well. So, again, UMass Boston winners here by a final score of 12-2. Take a look at some of the highlights from the win for UMass Boston, a 12-2 victory over top of Wheaton College. To start it, then Lopez able to get the walk as that one is roped out into right field and will fall for a base hit. One run's going to come in to score. They're going to send Lopez. No throw to the plate, and it's a 2 RBI single for Cotraro. UMass Boston leads it early.
Yeah,
About they have found ways to get runners aboard and bring them home. This one grounded to short. Could be 2. They flip to second for 1, on to first in time. But the run does come home to
Wheaton learned the field yesterday in battling in the rain.
And Danny Brown continuing his hot streak. He's aboard with a single. And with 2 down, no one really holding him on. A sizable lead, but that pitch in there for a called third strike. Able to get them just a couple of extra days. So that one is in there for a called third strike. Gammon flipped the bat, but Burgos fired up. Inning by Ryan McCormick. Hughie squares to bunt. He'll put it down the first base line. Good push bunt there. The play is to first, and they bobbled it.
If you look at it, and then now Beacons are at top of their order.
And Herzog making him pay. It's a single out to left. Rounding third, but stopping there is going to be Kaides, the base, to draw the throw home, but to even go. As Boudris swings and lifts this one out into shallow right. That's going to fall for a hit. 1 run's going to come in to score, and they'll hold Lopez at third, but it's an RBI. UMass Boston, the number 1 overall seed in this regional, and that one is swung on and lifted deep out towards right center field. It continues to go back, and it goes off the wall. 1 run's going to come in to score. The second run will, and the runner will hold at third. It's a triple for Nick Cotraro, a 2 RBI triple. UMass Boston. Now we'll see if he's able to get him here with the count now full 3-2. That one in there for a called third strike. The second time to the strikeout looking to start the second inning, but Salkind grounds that one to third. Diving play by Riley. Throw to first is in time.
Wow!
What a play.
Specifically, the last couple of years have been in Harwich and down the Cape. They're just having fun right now.
Hughie goes down looking.
Good connection right now in terms of how they're finding their spots.
There's the first hit surrendered by Burgos as Connor Gammon hits that one right back up the box, and for the
ground out type of pitch to hit where you really make no solid contact with it.
That time Sharkey with some solid contact out to right. Gammon going to test the arm at third, and he slides off the bag. Riley now makes the tag. A beautiful throw out from right field by Herzog, and UMass Boston out of the inning in their 6-run inning. So that one is grounded towards third. Boyd with a slide and gets up and fires. It's in time. Or said otherwise.
Yeah, Roberge had the same thing happen in in his last inning. Thought he got a corner and didn't get called the way he.
UMass Boston offense going in both the first and second, and he drives this one deep out to left field. Back it goes, and it's off the wall. Run's going to come in to score. Herzog coasts into second. It's a double off the top of the monster. UMass Boston now in double figures. It's 10. The first, second, and now here in the 6th. Yeah, swinging that one is grounded down the first baseline fair. That's going to roll for extra bases. 2 runs are going to come in to score, and coasting in a second is Cotraro. They're going to test for the 3rd run, and that's going to be thrown out of the plate. Boudris gone by a mile, but regardless, UMass Boston puts up 2 more.
Down, enjoying the nice day, and the offense is just continuing to roll off of that. It's really a double-edged sword. Set, really not paying too much attention to the runner.
That one grounded through the hole on the left side for a base hit. Runner will hold at third base, but Sharkey aboard, and it's runners. Different component as well when you get to that super regional. That one grounded out towards short. Hughie flips to second for 1, on to first in plenty of time. Standing glove of Eddie Riley throughout his career. Swinging, that one's lined over the glove of Hughie, and that's a base hit out into left field and an RBI single for George Mulcahy. Next game, barring a 10-run inning in the 9th, they'll have to play in, and there's a pitch right in the outside part of the plate. Brown didn't like it, and he shrugs his shoulders to a victory as Dema fires, and that one grounded out towards short. Hughie on the slide, fires, and it is in time. What a terrific. Welcome back here to the UMass Boston Regional, where the Beacons winners by a final score of 12-2. The 11 hits by the Beacons, 3 errors for Wheaton and 7 hits as well. We take a look at the schedule now for this UMass Boston Regional and take a look at the start time for for Wheaton and St. Joe's. That game will start here in just about an hour or so. UMass Boston will now play the winner of that contest between St. Joe's and Wheaton. And, of course, if UMass Boston does fall in that first game on Sunday, they will play that second game to start 45 minutes after the end of that game on Sunday. And we take a look now around Division III and around the other regionals that are going on. Southern Maine ends Oswego State's run. It's a 3-2 win. The final there, New England College and MIT. That contest in the top of the 5th inning. You see MIT hanging on by a score of 4-3 over top of New England College. And, of course, SUNY Cortland, a 10-5 winner over Tufts. Babson able to defeat Trinity, and Keene, a winner over Westfield State, ahead of Westfield State at the moment, a 9-0 lead over top of Westfield State. Well, that'll do it for our broadcast here. Make sure you join us right back at 6 o'clock. We'll have all the action for you from Monon Park for St. Joe's and Wheaton. Once again, our final score, UMass Boston winners by a score of 12-2. For our entire broadcast team, I'm Elijah Gonzalez saying so long. Have a good night, everybody. Hello and welcome to our third and final game here on this Saturday. Elijah Gonzalez and Seth Orensky here alongside you as Wheaton takes on St. Joe's College out of Maine. And Seth, we've already seen this matchup between these two teams, a win for Wheaton College in that contest. Really back and forth, but it was one big inning for Wheaton that they were able to get the victory.
Yeah, it was the best game thus far of this UMass Boston Regional, 2-2 into the 7th. Before the Lions were able to blow it open, a 2-run single from Stephen Quigley, another 2-run hit from Brody Ashley, the leadoff hitter, to blow it open, as Grayson Jennings pitched really well yesterday for the Monks, but just couldn't hold off the Lions in the 7th inning. And this is a great matchup, and not only do you have two teams that are very evenly matched, but you have the fact that St. Joe's is coming off a high, a big 11-0 win in the first game. They were able to sit in the shade, get a little bit of rest. Wheaton just played, which typically I would say is an advantage, but you're playing on the hot turf, and they did not play all that well. A 12-2 loss in which they were down 9-0 after 2 innings. So we'll see if the Monks can carry over the momentum or whether the long layoff might actually hurt them. Has probably been at the ballpark since about 9 o'clock. Might be here for a 12-hour day, depending on how long this Game 3 of the day goes.
A 9-3 win for Wheaton, and let's take a look at the highlights from that win for Wheaton over top of St. Joe's.
Grayson Jennings close to 20 pitches here with just 1 out.
Ground ball second base, gobbled up by Johnson. Over to Murphy for 1. On to first, a double play.
Rain to light rain. It doesn't make sense to stop the game, but it's tough to find a period with no rain.
Grounded to short, Quigley throw is high, and so safe at first, but having to get back is the runner, and he is tagged out. Taking a peek back at Emmanuelson, now the 2-1, right back to the mound. Young might get out of it, throws it beautifully to Quigley, on to first, a double, no, they're gonna say, pulled off the mound, they're coming home, and Emmanuelson's dead to right, as running themselves straight out of the inning for the second time here in the second. The 2-0 coming from Jennings to Gamet. That was a base hit up the middle, and it's an RBI single for Connor Gamet, his 4th RBI of the year.
2-2, hit out to right, should be deep enough to score a run. Backing up is Gammon. He'll finally camp under it, but that is going to be very deep and easily score Emmanuelson for a 2-1 Monks lead. 1-2 is in on the hands, and strike 3 called. Nice pitch there. 3-2 coming, and that is on the same spot, strike 3. Maybe a little closer, but it's Young striking out the side. Jennings lines, throws, and strike 3. Another big exclamation point there for Grayson Jennings. A threat to make the College World Series every year.
Here's the 2-2. Ground ball, base hit to the right side, and Wheaton comes through. Quigley delivers a 2-run single to right, and just like that, the Lions roar. They lead it 4-2. Even with the bag. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball up the line, a fair ball, and that might be extra bases for the leadoff hitter, Brody Ashley. And the center fielder for the Lions delivers again. It's 5-2, and then the throw gets away from right field, and that's going to be an error. Moving up to third, Ashley coming in to score Quigley, and just like that, the lead is doubled. The 2-2 to Murphy. Shot back towards shortstop. Gobbled up by Quigley. He'll have to hurry. He does not get Murphy. An infield single. A run scores. And here come the Monks.
And welcome back to Monin Park. And let's take a look at the starting lineups. And first we will start with the visiting Wheaton College Lions, and we will take a look at their lineup, as their batting lineup will go as follows. It'll be Brody Ashley that'll lead things off. Connor Gammons will bat second. Nick Raposo really their main part of the order, and then along with Jared Sharkley as well. Brian Salkind with a good game at the plate in their first game against UMass Boston. Got robbed of an extra base hit by Eddie Riley. Andrew Manny seeing his first action here on this Saturday. George Mulcahy will play at second base and bat seventh. Willie Boyd batting eighth. And then Stephen Quigley, who had the big day for Wheaton, rounding it out, batting in the 9 slot for Wheaton. And we take a look at the defensive alignment for St. Joe's, and we take a look at their defensive alignment, as you can see from left to right. Allward, Richardson, and Gagne out in the outfield. Chisholm, Murphy, Healy, McDaniel, and DePrizo will be doing the catching, and then Jennings will be on the mound. Or excuse me, that'll be Bergen that's on the mound for St. Joe's. But we take a look at our players to watch, and we'll start with the visiting Wheaton College Lions, and what, of course, was a day that has been tough for a Saturday, but Quigley with a very impressive showing, and, of course, Sharkey really the middle part of this order.
Yeah, Sharkey was our player to watch yesterday, and when you're talking about a senior who's potentially playing his last game, you need him to step up. This team has been out without one of their best hitters all weekend. Jacob Studley, the NUMAC Rookie of the Year, hit .423, tops on the team with 4 home runs, 19 RBI, and 31 runs scored. Hasn't been available for whatever reason, which means even more pressure is on Sharkey in the middle of that lineup. Sharkey and Raposo, the 2 seniors hitting 3rd and 4th, are going to need to come through because that lineup was pretty anemic, waiting till the 7th inning to score against UMass Boston in the earlier contest.
And on the flip side for St. Joe's, it was Joey Murphy with a very impressive game for St. Joe's in their win earlier this morning. I mean, what more is there to say about this guy throughout the season for St. Joe's?
Murphy was phenomenal for a St. Joe's team that struggled hitting overall against the Baruch pitching staff. 3 hits through the first 5 innings. Murphy had 4 hits, 2 triples, 4 runs scored. He's the catalyst. Either way, you're going to see a player of the year, a senior, have their career end in this contest. It'll just be interesting to see which of these 2 seniors can have a bigger impact.
And again, we talk about St. Joe's and can't go further than their pitching. And right now, for the Monks, they will have a very talented guy on the mound in Bagan that will be on the bump for St. Joe's.
Bagan was the guy that I thought would start game 1. Now, Jennings has pitched well. Bergeron pitched phenomenally well. But Bagan has put up really good numbers. An all-GNAC 3rd team member this season as a sophomore. 10 appearances, 9 starts. 6-0 record with 1 complete game, 46 2/3 innings, 4.82 ERA, 50 strikeouts to 21 walks for his career, 97 strikeouts, 47 walks. So you're looking at about a 2-for-1 ratio for Bagan, who is going to have to come through. A local guy, Georgetown, Massachusetts, attended St. John's Prep, so he's probably pitched here before. And, of course, he pitched against UMass Boston earlier on in the season. He got the start against the Beacons in that 9-8 loss back on the 20th of March. Pitched well, 2 innings, 3 hits, a strikeout and a walk. They were looking for a staff day that day, so he didn't go deep, but he did pitch effectively.
Of course, to recap you for all the games that we've had so far today, it was St. Joe's, a winner over Baruch, to send them to this contest here at 6 o'clock. And then Wheaton, of course, fell to UMass Boston in their contest earlier this afternoon. The Beacons now move to the Region Championship game on Sunday. And we are ready and set for action, and Bagan delivers the first pitch. It misses low to Brody Ashley. And the count is 1-0, and we start our first pitch at 5:59.
Elijah, interesting lineup changes for these two teams, as that's a good way to start if you're Wheaton.
Ashley with a single out into shallow left field, and he's aboard for UMass Boston.
For Wheaton, just the one change. Manny's in as the DH, was not in the lineup in yesterday's game. But for St. Joe's, a couple of changes. Alward's in there in left field for Gammon. Luke Johnson out of the lineup in this contest with Drew Healy in. And Greg Emanuelson, who's been the catcher for each of the first two games, is now the DH, with Anthony DiPrizio moving from the outfield to catcher. So a lot of maneuvering from Will Sanford. I think part of it is just you don't want to have a guy maybe catching all those innings, although Raposo is going to try it today. But the hot team, or the team that had the good game earlier today, making the changes, and Wheaton, who did not have such a game, is going to go with what's worked for them yesterday against this Monks team.
And, of course, Manny was out of the lineup for this Wheaton group earlier this afternoon. He did come in to pinch hit, but he did not start for Wheaton and getting his first start of the day for this Wheaton team. That one fouled back to the screen, and the count will quickly move to 0-2.
And this is one of those situations where I always like to think about the strategy. I'm personally a big fan of potentially bunting in this situation with Raposo and Sharkey due up next, but we haven't seen Wheaton really try to play a lot of small ball this week.
Next pitch misses for a ball. The count moves to 1-2. And again, that's been something that St. Joe's has so far this year had success with. Of course, they had a very long win streak that was snapped by UMass Boston earlier this year. That one is chopped out towards third, so essentially a swinging bunt. And that will move the runner over to second as Gammond is retired on the 5-3 putout, but able to move the runner 90 feet to second base.
Love to take another look at that play. Great awareness from Joey Murphy, the shortstop, recognizing the third baseman had to charge that. The runner was already at second base. We apparently can't get another look for you, but that is tremendous awareness from Murphy. Murphy doesn't run well ahead of the runner. That's probably going to be a runner at third because it's going to essentially be a foot race, and it's typically difficult to catch while running, and instead just a runner at second base after a heads-up play by the shortstop.
Raposo watches that one high for a ball. Nick Raposo, this team starts and goes as Raposo's bat does. Of course, they were held very quiet by an impressive performance by Burgos on the mound for UMass Boston. And what more is there to say about what he did on the rubber for the Beacons here this afternoon to help send them to a region championship berth. And now Raposo trying to fuel his team to do the same. Paul Prue will be on the mound for Wheaton in this game. That one missing in time. That's something to note. St. Joe's got a lot of time to rest after a good hard-fought win and a blowout victory, you could say. And for Wheaton, regardless of the score, they were able to rest the majority of their bullpen, so they do have a lot that more than likely would still be available. They check on the runner at second, who is back in plenty of time. Nobody was there to cover anyway.
Well, Elijah, that was in large part because of the pitching of Robert, who did a great job just eating innings. He came in, the team was already in a big hole, but able to get the team through the middle innings so that they didn't have to use 4 or 5 arms. Also, we've got to give a D3 shout-out to Concordia, Texas's Matthew Williams, who earned his 12th win of the season and a no-hitter over 4-seeded Franklin in a winner's bracket game. 9 innings, 7 strikeouts, just 2 walks, and 1 error. Faced 2 over the minimum as Concordia, Texas, the 3 seed in that regional hosted by Texas Lutheran, is into the championship series. Already the host is out. Texas Lutheran losing to Trinity, Texas, as the top 2 seeds were both in the elimination game earlier today.
And that bracket is, you can clearly tell and argue, one of the more challenging brackets to probably get through, but that obviously goes with the state of Texas and what they've done sending teams to the College World Series over the last couple of years, as Raposo rips that one down the right field line. 1 run's going to come in to score easily. A bobble out in right field. That allows Raposo to slide into second. Wheaton on the board early. It's 1-0.
Yeah, they're going to call that an error on the right fielder there. And Raposo runs well for a catcher. He's a pretty athletic guy, but he was not thinking too off the bat. Just a little bit of a bobble from Gagne, who's a very sure-handed senior, unable to make the play. And all of a sudden it goes from bad, giving up the 1 run, which you're okay doing in the first, but all of a sudden now a runner at second base, and you're thinking a crooked number if you're Wheaton.
And here's Sharkey, who we highlighted at the top of the broadcast. First pitch is outside, I believe, or is in there for a strike. The count is 0-1 on Sharkey at the plate. And again, this is what sort of happened to Wheaton early in their game against UMass Boston. Sharkey pops that one up. And moving back, catch made out there by Murphy for out number 2, obviously to a much more severe extent. But gave up a run early, and then UMass Boston able to just pull away after that. And now for St. Joe's, trying to head out of this inning with just a 1-run deficit. This is the first time Wheaton has led all day today. Of course, played their 1 game prior. And now it's Salkind that will step into the plate. First baseman who allowed Eddie Riley to have probably the play of the tournament to this point. That one fouled off. The count is 0-1. A very hard-hit ground ball. Riley full extension dive, and then got up on his feet, throw across the diamond to retire Salkind, and that only came in, I believe, the second inning it was, and that kind of showed how that game was clearly going to go. 0-1, and Salkind lifts this one out into left center field. Moving over and making the catch is Allward, and that will end the inning for Wheaton, but not before that man, Raposo, gets it done for Wheaton. It's 1-0 in favor of the Lions.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Welcome back to Monin Park. Wheaton with a 1-0 lead, and now Paul Prue will try to conserve that lead. And you see the numbers there, Seth. He has been a very solid arm for this Wheaton pitching staff, and if there's one strength to this team, it's been what the pitching staff has done. And what's incredible about this team is that hasn't really showed through the NUMAC tournament and even a little bit here in this regional.
No, the NUMAC tournament, they did not pitch the way they wanted. Yesterday we saw it from Griffin Young. The freshman pitched extremely well, but John Mikos was roughed up. Paul Prue has pitched extremely well this year. Third on the team in innings, coming in with 48.2, 4-2 in 9 starts, 52 hits, 19 runs, 14 earned, 47 strikeouts to 15 walks. Love that 3-to-1 ratio, and a 2.59 ERA, second best behind Young. So this is a very capable starter. And if they do make it to tomorrow, they still got their lone senior starter. That's Joe Bongiovanni, another senior. So this team is set up to at least have a couple of good starters in this elimination game, and then tomorrow in game 1 of the championship series. The question is, do they have another starter they'd feel comfortable setting out? Gavin Riley could be that guy, although I think we saw him out of the pen yesterday against St. Joe's in limited fashion.
Here is the offering from Prue, and the second offering misses low for a ball to Joey Murphy. And this is another regional that talked about a little bit earlier today, and that one is skied out to right, but a good play by Gammon charging in on the soft liner, and that will be out number 1 here in this bottom half of the first inning. But we talked about this regional being one that you could really argue Wheaton could have probably, with a good showing in the NUMAC, found a way to be a 1 seed, and how really this region has 2 1 seeds, and then of course Baruch had a a tough stint here, but St. Joe's could have maybe found a 2 elsewhere. Charging play by Boyd. Throw on to first in time, and that is out number 2 of the inning. Good to see Boyd, after a couple errors in game number 1, make a play like that.
Yeah, really good play. I like the idea from Gagne. You're a speedy guy. Try to catch the third baseman, napping a little bit, get yourself on with those 30-plus steals. But a really nice play by Boyd. Got him by a foot or two, and now here comes Drew Healy, and he'll have to try to keep this inning going. He's a guy who has such a vicious swing, really high hands with his batting stance. One of the more fun guys to take at bats here at this regional.
1-0. Misses high for a ball. It's 2-0. Peru hasn't given him a chance to swing the bat yet.
And Healy had a nice day yesterday. 2 for 5 with the run scored. Also reached on an error against the Lions.
The 2-0 in there for a strike. On deck is Emmanuelson, who will be doing the DHing today. Then McDaniel will follow.
Manuelson hit a huge 2-run homer. The game was already very much decided, but hit a bomb over the left center field fence late in the contest in that win over Baruch.
And that is a tough place to hit it out of this yard. Haven't seen a lot of home runs in this tournament. That one misses outside for a ball.
I think that's the only one.
Didn't see one in the UMass Boston Wheaton game.
And there were no home runs yesterday, yeah, so the only home run of the tournament. Now, yesterday, you're not surprised. The wind was pretty quiet. It was raining. It was a little colder. But today, it's a little surprising to not see the ball fly out of Monin a little bit more.
And a walk is drawn by Healy. Now, you go to places like Johns Hopkins, you're seeing that ball fly out of the yard on a pop-up.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, Johns Hopkins sounds like the Northborough complex here at Turf Complex in Central Mass, where every time teams go, their home run numbers seem to go up. But I've heard about the home runs hit at Johns Hopkins, and I'd be interesting to, as Elijah looks it up, just to see what the dimensions are of that park down in Baltimore.
That one is fouled off, and the count is 0-1. So it says the left field line is 340. Dead center is 396.
No.
And the right field line is 295.
307 to left, 340 to left
340 left center.
So 307 is shorter than the wall here in left, right down the line, and that's a 27-foot wall.
And how about the right field wall? 295 to right field. That one is caught out in right, and that will end the inning as Emmanuelson flies out. And we'll head to the top half of the second inning with Wheaton in front 1-0.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
Welcome back to Monin Park and the UMass Boston Regional as Wheaton will come to the plate here in the top half of the second inning. Our final game on this, what can only be described as a beautiful, glorious Saturday.
Picturesque.
Picturesque, even better.
Easily the warmest day of the year in Boston after one of the worst days we've played baseball this year. But with the Turf Complex, that's the advantage you have. And it's nice that as long as nothing really strange happens, that we should be done this regional in the 3 days allotted, not have to use that heinous rain date, the if necessary Monday that no one wants to be here for, even the team that advances.
0-2 is the count already on Andrew Manny. Next pitch is swung on and missed at a high fastball, and a terrific pitch by Bagan that time. But this is what we saw a lot of from Burgos in that win for UMass Boston. Had these Wheaton hitters really guessing, and that time Bagan just kind of picking up where Burgos left off.
Well, I keep going back to this point, but with all of these teams outside of UMass Boston in the regional for the first time in a little while, especially St. Joe's the first time since 2014, Wheaton not making it last year, all of these younger pitchers are pitching for the first time in an NCAA atmosphere, bigger crowds, a little bit more on the line, and I think there was just a little jitters from Bagan. It's not surprising he settled in a little bit.
Soft liner that will easily be caught out there by Murphy, and that will be out number 2 here in this second frame. Willie Boyd now will step in to try to continue this inning. But right now, both guys, even Prue in that first inning we saw, looked very solid through that first frame. And the offering on the way. Bagan has that one hit on the ground sharply. Fielded out there at second, and throw over to first by Healy. And just like that, 1-2-3 inning in the second. We'll head to the bottom half of the second inning. 1-0 Wheaton.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, then I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Noah McDaniel will step to the plate and lead things off for St. Joe's. It's a 1-0 lead, and the first pitch from Prue is outside for a ball. St. Joe's will get the final bats of this contest as the home team and the 3 seed in this regional. Next one misses low for a ball, and it's 2-0 on Noah McDaniel. So the 2-0 count coming here for McDaniel. And that one misses outside for a ball to make it 3-0.
Elijah, real quick, let's call out the names of the guys who are working this game. David Chiason's behind the plate. Jeff Merzel is at first. Mark Piantadosi is at third. All 3 guys part of this 5-man crew working all the games this weekend as they rotate through.
And have done a pretty solid job. Have not had any issues with strike zones or calls. No. It's been a very well done job by this crew. That one is fouled off, and it's now a full 3-2.
I would 100% agree. I've been really impressed. I mean, there have been maybe 2 or 3 calls that were semi-controversial in any way. They've immediately met, they've discussed, they've come up with the right call according to instant replay, I think, every single time. It's been a really impressive job by this group that deserves to be here.
And that one is lined down the right field line and foul. That one very tight there. We'll see if we can get another look, but very close for Noah McDaniel.
And just as I say that, we get a call where at least the first base coach for St. Joe's did not agree with it. We'll take another look to see how close that was. Got an update from Gorham. Close game right now. The Pilgrims of New England College have cut a 5-3 deficit to 5-4. Bases loaded with 1 out as the 4 seed looks to go to 2-0 and earn a spot in the championship series.
Full count payoff pitch from Prue. Swing, and McDaniel slices that one in almost the same spot. We'll take a look here, see if we can
I think every single
tell
time.
if
It's
this
been a
ball
really
was
impressive job by this group that deserves to be
fair
here.
down that line.
Well, that's, just to change it a little bit late, but
and foul.
difficult to tell.
That one very tight.
I think it was the right call live, but we're just trying to see.
3-2. McDaniel pops that one up, and charging as Healy dives, makes the catch. Or excuse me, that was Mulcahy diving and making the grab. And that's out number one.
Did a nice job. That was a difficult play to read. It jammed the hitter, and Mulcahy backed up originally, then had to come hard and made a catch right off the turf as Moon College just tied it up with a sacrifice fly. 5-5 now with 2 outs. Still 2 on in what would be a huge upset for New England College. So in the tournament, got their first ever win in the tournament yesterday over number 3 in the country, Southern Maine, and now trying to knock off the NEWMAC tournament champs. The NEWMAC went 3-0 yesterday, but already Wheaton lost this game. Babson is 2-0, but MIT trying to avoid their first loss of the regional as well, as all 3 teams are in different regionals this weekend.
Anthony DiPrizio at the plate, 0-2. And he watches that one just outside to make it 1-2.
I'm impressed by DiPrizio. Guys played left field in each of the first 2 games behind the plate today. That is a huge shift, and it shows how versatile he is defensively.
That one is grounded back up the middle and through for a base hit for Anthony DiPrizio. So for the second straight inning, St. Joe's has a runner aboard.
It's a nice piece of hitting by DiPrizio, just going with the ball, knocking it right up the middle, too far out of the way for Mulcahy to quite run it down.
So Chisholm will step to the plate. And again, this has been a St. Joe's offense that was quieted on day 1. But day 2 found their stride, swing and a miss. And we saw what happened when UMass Boston faced Baruch and kind of used that as a momentum builder going into the game against Wheaton. We'll see if St. Joe's can kind of take that reign. And the pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 0-2.
The one thing I would say about those games against Baruch is Baruch did not play great defensively. They walked too many batters. Even Will Sanborn, the St. Joe's coach, said that we took advantage of what they gave us. I don't think you're going to see that in this game from either side.
That one misses outside for a ball, and the count is 1-2. And you look at the teams left in this regional, it's no easy task, and can even argue for UMass Boston going into tomorrow that regardless of whoever wins this game, it will not be an easy one to get rid of one of these 2. Swing, and that one is popped up into foul territory, will go out of play. Of course, UMass Boston will have to lose twice tomorrow to ensure that they would not get a super regional berth.
And the Beacons will have the same line that they had last Sunday. We haven't been swept in a doubleheader all season. It's not going to happen today. So the Beacons last week went 3-0 to start the LEC tournament and then knocked off UMass Dartmouth in the first game of that championship series.
They throw over to check on the runner. It's a pretty good equation if you don't get swept in any doubleheader.
And the Beacons will have their 3 and 4 available, while each of these teams will be looking at a 4th and 5th pitcher. What I will say is, though, either of these teams, whichever team goes through, will have momentum. And that's big. The Beacons haven't had to play a close game yet.
Flip to second for 1, on to first, in time, double play. 4-6-3 to end the inning, and Wheaton heads back to the plate as we head to the top of the 3rd on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Here's a look at the regional schedule thus far. This is the scores from earlier on today. This is game 5 of the regional, game 3 of the day. Haven't had really competitive games here on Saturday. The closest competitive game was the 9-3 game these two teams played yesterday, in which Wheaton blew it open with 6 in the 7th. See game 6, 11 a.m. tomorrow. Number 1 UMass Boston versus the winner of this game. If I remember right, the Beacons will be the road team either way, because you save the home team for the if necessary game. So one of these teams will be the home team, and they have to beat the Beacons twice. It won't be easy, but you know, both of these groups, especially the seniors, are just hoping to get a chance of making a super regional. Wheaton seniors have already been to a College World Series. For this St. Joseph's group, it's the first time they've been in the NCAA regional. They want to have a nice long run and a crack at potentially getting back, even possibly next weekend, to Maine if Southern Maine were to advance, and so were the Monks.
And we talked about for Wheaton how their season has gone thus far. That one in there for a strike, 0-1. To have a shortened NUMAC tournament that you maybe didn't like, but have an extended run in the NCAA tournament, 0-1. Quigley swings and misses, 0-2.
Yeah, for Wheaton, I think going 0-2 was a huge surprise after they lost just 2 games in the entire NUMAC regular season, 15-2. So they're trying to bounce back, or 15-3. But the nice thing for both of these teams is neither team had played in almost 2 weeks, and I don't think we've really seen the rust I was expecting. Both teams were able to come out pretty sharp in yesterday's contest.
1-2. Swing, and that one is grounded up the middle and through for a base hit from Stephen Quigley. So a base hit, and now it'll be back to the top of the order. And for Wheaton, it's trying to find some guys to get going. We know what Raposo can do in the middle of that order, and then, of course, Sharkey. But the question has been, who else can get going for this offense?
Well, and can you get guys on in front of those 2 guys? It doesn't help when Raposo and Sharkey are coming up with the bases empty and 2 outs.
Here's the first pitch to Brody Ashley. That one gets through the wickets, and that will allow for the runner to move to second base. And a terrific job of heads-up base running by Quigley. That is something that UMass Boston took advantage of, and Wheaton now with being able to get guys on. That's an area where they really excel, is the base pass.
And now with the runner at second, the third baseman will come in. The first baseman's playing back. I'm a little conservative. I show bunt, and it will be a bunt from Ashley.
That one misses outside for a ball. It's 2-0. Of course, Wheaton had a problem in the last game against UMass Boston with bunt defense.
And yesterday, St. Joe's was unable to field a bunt to load up the bases in that 7th inning that led to the 6-run 7th.
Ashley squares. They tried to throw back behind Quigley at second. We'll see if St. Joe's throws that wheel play we see a lot of teams run.
How about this for a story? New England College takes the lead on a hit by pitch with 2 outs and the bases loaded in the 8th.
One misses inside for a ball. And the count continuing to move in favor of Wheaton. We see a lot of these teams continue to, they call that a strike, it's 2-1. We see a lot of the top seeds start to go down here on this regional Saturday. That one misses low for a ball. That one now 3-1, but again, some of these higher seeds starting to see what this NCAA regional has been all about.
Well, for MIT, they used both of their top 2 pitchers yesterday. Their number 1 lasted just 2 innings. Didn't give up a run, but they pulled him early. So having to use their 3 today, the bullpen has not been able to hold on.
Ashley bunts that one a push right down the third base line. They throw to first. Is it in time? Just barely. Good play over there at third base by Chisholm. And that will allow the runner to move up to third base with 1 down in the inning.
Yeah,
really sacrifice bunt.
Really nice play by Chisholm, who yesterday thought that someone else was going to cover the bunt and ended up just staying in third base as the bunt was put down his way. This time fields a really strong throw and just ahead of the diving effort by Ashley. But now a sac fly could potentially do it, even a hard hit ground ball, as St. Joe's is going to bring the infield in. We've seen a lot of that in this tournament. Very aggressive with bringing the infield in early on in contest, but I guess in postseason play, every run might be a little bit more precious.
0-1 the count. That one misses downstairs to Gammon. 1-1. Began in his real first jam of this game. Of course, Wheaton brought around a run. That one fouled off by Gammon, but it was pretty simple baseball. Get a runner at second, and then let Raposo do the rest. This time now runner 90 feet away. And Began going to have to find a way to work out of this jam.
Yeah, the tough part is even if you can get Gammon here without allowing the run in, you've got to go after either Raposo or Sharkey.
The 1-2 fouled off by Gammon. This may be a confidence booster for a guy like Connor Gammon, who has had his fair share of success this year, but through these last couple of games in this tournament, they haven't really figured out ways to get runners home. And the 1-2 misses high for a ball, 2-2. And a lot of it also has to do with the fact that even Began, through these first couple of hitters, has gotten ahead of a lot of guys. Saw that from Burgos in the last game for UMass Boston. 2-2. Gammon swings, and he shoots that one out into left center field. Long run, diving play out in left field by Allward. Catch is made. Runner will advance from third. Wheaton up 2-0, but that could have been a lot worse than what had occurred.
Well, Gammon's going to get a lot of high fives from his teammates because he got the job done, but he's probably going to be cursing under his breath because that easily should have been a hit, if not extra bases. Allward, who has not played much defensively in this entire regional, just made one of the best outfield plays we've seen all weekend long as he adjusts his uniform out there and left. A phenomenal diving effort from Allward on a ball that just stayed up long enough into the shadows out there in left center, and that's big because, again, you can give up single runs as Allward had a long run, and then diving, the center fielder wasn't too far away either.
Raposo swings and hits that one deep out into right center. Moving over and making the catch out there in center field is Richardson, and that will end the inning, but not before the damage done. Wheaton in front 2-0 over top of St. Joe's.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
We're going to take a look at that last play. Wheaton in front 2-0 over top of St. Joe's, but a terrific catch that was made out in left center field. In diving effort out there in left center by Allward. What a terrific play.
Yeah, he just kept floating on him a little bit, blowing in towards left center. You see he got up, and just in case the runner at third maybe tripped up, fell on his face, tried to get it in. That was a great play by Allward, and again, I mean, you hate to be down 2-0, but St. Joe's is making some plays behind Began to keep them in the game. Down 2-0 with as early as it is, you feel confident in your ability to get back into the game, and I think Wheaton probably feels like it could be a little bit more right now. They've had the better offensive chances, but allowing the Monks to stick in this game.
Allward will be at the plate, and that one misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Left fielder will step in, then it will be the center fielder, Richardson, and then back to the top of the order. That one misses for a ball. 2-0.
Allward out of East Bridgewater, Mass. One of a number of players on the Monks roster out of the Bay State. He went 0 for 2 earlier today with a strikeout coming on after the game had already been put to bed against Baruch.
That one in there for a strike. Count 3-1. The 3-1 misses for a ball, and that will allow Allward to be aboard.
The one thing we really haven't talked about this game, but was a big point yesterday, is this St. Joe's team is so adept on the base pass. They put so much pressure on you in the run game, but they haven't been able to do that in 2 games against Wheaton. We saw Joey Murphy thrown out in the top of the first inning of game number 1. They didn't attempt another steal against Wheaton. Be interesting to see if they do try to put some runners in motion as this game goes along, because that's such a big part of how they generate offense.
Squaring around is Richardson. He puts it down. Prue will have to fire quickly, and they're unable to get the out at first. Heading over towards third, and into third is Allward. And it is going to be an error on the first baseman over there, Salkind, who had an opportunity at the catch. It looked like as Prue spun, he kind of threw it into the sunlight, and it threw off Salkind maybe a little bit.
Yeah, Salkind's wearing the hat, wearing the sunglasses, doing everything you want. But again, unable to make that play, and that's a huge break for the Monks. So we'll take a look at it really quickly with Joey Murphy, their best hitter overall, about to step to the plate. It's a good bunt, and Prue doesn't really rush to it, takes his time, fires, and it's a little bit of a low throw, not the easiest to catch, but you have to, A, make the catch, and B, keep it in front, because it allowed the other runner to move all the way up to third base.
It looked like Salkind also didn't turn his glove. He may have had a better chance at it if he kind of turned the glove down. And now Murphy swings and ropes that one into right center for a base hit. 1 run's going to come in. They're going to try to go first to third. The throw to third off the body, and that will allow Murphy to move into second. St. Joe's on the board. It's 2-1.
It'll be an RBI single for Murphy, who advances on the throw. I love the deke from the second baseman, Mulcahy, who initially made Richardson think about it because he easily should have been at third without a throw. And then a strong throw, but it actually hit the inside of the chest there of Richardson to allow him to be into third base. And all of a sudden, now you're not only down just a single run. If Gagne can single here with Murphy's speed, you're probably looking at a lead, and that's because of the great defense, that great play by Allward in the last inning. The defense has kept them in it, and now this offense, recognizing they're facing off against the third starter, doing a little bit more here the second time around against the Lions.
So now it's Gagne's turn. Runners at second and third. He squares to bunt. Pushes it. Prue has nowhere to go with it. Now he's got runners hung up. Prue runs right at the guy in between second and third. Now they've got the guy hung up in between third and home. They throw back to the catcher. Back to third now. Richardson going to try and make the run home. Salkind now comes over and makes the tag. And a very fundamental out, you could say, for Wheaton as they get the put out. Runners will be at second and third. So essentially they just move different runners to second and third.
Yeah, I mean, you go from your third fastest runner at third base to your second fastest runner at second base. Murphy, I kind of think it's on Murphy there because realistically he's got to read the play. As the trail runner at second base, you can't be overly ambitious, and that was the issue. Richardson at third base recognized, okay, I need to head back to the bag. This is not a good enough bunt because he bunted it right at the pitcher, but Murphy was too far towards the bag. If Murphy was only halfway, he could have gotten back to second. The bases would have been loaded because they were not getting Gagne at first base.
So 1 down now in the inning, and Healy will step in. That one misses outside for a ball.
And it kind of follows the same trend that St. Joe's did yesterday, running into outs against the Lions, especially early. They ran into a lot of them. See if they can overcome that miscue.
Here's the 1-0. Pitch on the way. That one in there for a strike. And the count is 1-1. Interesting move. I think that Gagne was maybe trying to get on with the bunt. I'm not sure that he was in any way trying to move runners over. There was no squeeze on, but
remember, Gagne tried to bunt in the first inning, and Boyd made that nice play.
That one roped down the left field line. That's going to fall for a hit and possibly extra bases. 2 runs are going to come in to score. Healy takes a big turn and stays. St. Joe's in front. It's 3-2.
What a throw by Sharkey out there, right on the money to keep Healy at first base. But Healy comes through. All of a sudden, a 3-run inning, and the Monks are into the lead. We saw Eric Podbelski start thinking about going to the bullpen as early as the first inning when the Beacons were jumping out over the Lions. You have to think that he'll potentially start some warming up right now. Prue hasn't pitched poorly, but you cannot let an elimination game like this get out of hand. It was bad enough in that winner's bracket game going down 9-0 early. You cannot afford to go down again, we talked about at St. Joe's. It's okay going down 2-0. You don't want to all of a sudden be down 3-4 runs, even early like we are in the third inning.
And we talked about what Wheaton gave up after a 3-run inning by UMass Boston. Of course, the 3-run inning for the Beacons came in the first inning, but it was followed up by a 6-run frame for UMass Boston as Peru fires, and that one is fouled back to the screen. And, oh, by the way, Healy, who's over there at first base, doesn't have a lot of stolen bases, just 2 so far on the season.
But this is the guy that you don't want to really be running too much with him at the plate because he's capable of just knocking you out of the ballpark. Already done it once today.
And Emmanuelson swings and hits this one out to right field. Moving back, catch is made out there by Gammon. So 2 flyouts to right for Emmanuelson. And now 2 down in the inning. That brings McDaniel to the plate with 2 outs. And this could be big to get out of this inning for Wheaton with just giving up the 3 runs because, as we talked about before, St. Joe's runs into the out with a possibility to get the bases loaded and nobody out. Instead, you have runners at second and third and 1 out. You end up giving up the hit, but then you hold Healy at first with a great throw by Sharkey, and now a situation with 2 outs. You can get out of this inning right here.
Yeah, with Gagne's speed on that ball that was hit out to Sharkey, he easily would have been at third base, even with the strong arm. That would have likely been a sacrifice fly. You're probably looking at a 4-run inning. That's a great point, Elijah, on kind of minimizing the damage here if you're Wheaton.
Here's the pitch to McDaniel. Misses high for a ball. And the count is 1-0 on Noah McDaniel. But again, this is a game where you see Wheaton as a team that struggled in their conference tournament. They fall to a 2 seed and the 1-0. Outside.
A little bit of drama up in Gorham, Maine. MIT, runners at the corners, 2 outs, down by a run. The 3 seed trying to beat the 4 seed in a winner's bracket game. So many 4 seeds won yesterday. This is the first regional format where it's just 4 teams instead of 6 or 8. And as far as it's been the 4 seeds who have been creating some real drama in these regionals.
2-0 misses outside, and it's quickly 3-0.
And hashtag Go Grims. The Pilgrims 2-0. They'll be in the championship series tomorrow up at Gorham, Maine. They'll take on either MIT, the 3 seed, or Southern Maine, the 1 seed. Southern Maine won earlier, came back to defeat the 2nd-seeded SUNY Oswego Lakers.
That one is in there for a strike to make the count 3-1. Of course, the winner of that regional will take on this regional, and as we remember for UMass Boston, seeing SUNY Oswego would not be something they want to remember.
I had a conversation with David Wahlberg, who did the previous game today, earlier on in the week, and I said, I don't care where we play, I just don't want to see SUNY Oswego again. The Lakers ending the Beacons' bid to go to back-to-back College World Series last year with a pair of wins over UMass Boston, the winner's bracket, and then in the regional final down in Harwich. Just a team that hits, and hits some more. But what's really interesting is that New England College wasn't even supposed to be in the NCAA tournament. They play in the NCC, the New England Collegiate Conference, their first year there. Mitchell was regionally ranked in the middle of the regional rankings, one of the top teams, but New England College beat them twice to win the NCC tournament and get to their first ever NCAA tournament. So not only a 4 seed, but an underdog 4 seed in their own conference tournament as the 2 seed. And they are 1 win away, 1 win out of 2 games tomorrow from getting to a super regional in the first ever regional super regional format.
So you already have 2 teams from last year's College World Series out. That one is fouled off. Swarthmore College did not make the NCAA tournament. Oswego State was knocked out earlier today. Worcester on the brink of elimination.
Texas Tyler is a Division II school, so they're also gone. Not that it's really their fault.
You have still a couple left. Mr. Cordia pulled an upset.
They're on to the Super Regionals.
3-2 is the count. That one is swung on by McDaniel and skied out to right field. Gammon moves over and makes the catch, and that will end a whirlwind of a 3rd inning. 4 runs total, 3 via St. Joe's, and they lead it now 3-2. So we head to the top half of the 4th inning on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's it's a great experience for me.
And welcome back for the fourth inning. Zach Bagan pitching with the lead for the first time after St. Joe's scored 3 runs, including a go-ahead 2-run hit from Drew Healy. And we'll see what he can do as he'll face the middle of the order here for Wheaton. Jared Sharkey, Brian Salcon, and Andrew Matty hit softly over to Murphy on a hop. Double clutches, but gets it over in time as Salcon goes into the full split. And there's one down, a quick out as Sharkey goes to 0-2. Wheaton with 1 in the first, 1 in the third, but a big 3-run inning. Already more runs that St. Joe's scored in the first 8 innings yesterday against the Lions in a 9-3 loss. As St. Joe's took the lead with a 2-run fourth in yesterday's game, but Wheaton immediately answered. That ball's hit hard out to left center, long run, and it's going to get down for extra bases. One hops the wall, and Brian Salkind is into second base, and that's the kind of response you're looking for if you're Wheaton.
And Salkind is a guy who we saw in game number 1 of the day for Wheaton, had a good game against UMass Boston, swinging the bat. Obviously, Wheaton as a team struggled, but he was a guy who was kind of a catalyst, and now you put him in a slot where he can produce. But again, it just comes to the fact that they need to find a way to get guys on base before these guys like Salkind, Sharkey, and Raposo find their way to the dish.
Well, Salkind extends his hitting streak to 5 in a row, went 1 for 4 earlier with an RBI, 2 for 3 yesterday with the run scored and a walk against the Monks. Hit softly out to right, long run, and instead it's going to be the second baseman making the play. Over the shoulder catch there for the Monks. Nice effort from Drew Healy. And there's quickly 2 down as Bagan immediately gets the second out and 1 out away from potentially getting that third scoreless inning through 4.
Yeah, and Bagan doing a terrific job of finding ways to work through jams, because right now for Wheaton, again, they love to move guys around on the base paths, threaten, find ways to get guys over. And right now St. Joe's kind of taken that out of the equation with some great plays by Murphy, Healy. Some of these guys have stepped up defensively to kind of slow that offense down for Wheaton.
Okay, he 0 for 1 in this one. He's had a single hit in each of his previous 2 games. Sophomore out of Brooklyn, New York. Big swing to miss. 1-1. So Wheaton tries to do what they did yesterday and immediately answer. Not try to give the Monks any kind of momentum in this contest. Mulcahy to be followed by Willie Boyd, the third baseman. The 1-1 is hit over to the shortstop. Murphy takes in a couple hops, a lot of steps, and then throws across as Mulcahy slides into first to no avail. Nice response from Bagan after his team gives him the lead. We'll see if they can add to their lead in the bottom of the 4th here from Monin Park.
Cheer for the stumbles, the he shoulda had that's, and the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Anthony DiPrizio, the catcher, will lead off, clubs the ball out to right center, but getting there in time and making the play is Brody Ashley. Seen really good outfield play from all the teams this week. Well, Baruch struggled a little bit on these large dimensions, but you're seeing especially the speed of St. Joe's and Wheaton. It's hard to cover all this ground, but both of these teams have done a nice job of playing the angles pretty well and keeping teams to just 1 or 2 bases rather than any 3 bases, or even we've seen a couple inside the park home runs because of outfielders not making the right decisions.
Yeah, and with the wind starting to pick up a little bit, we'll see if that plays a factor at all the rest of the way in this contest, but it has been pretty calm today, which has helped a lot of these teams.
Ronan Chisholm flares one over to Mulcahy, takes a couple steps and makes the play. 2 quick outs for Paul Prue, who has gone already over 50 pitches here in the fourth, so just trying to keep the pitch count low. 55 pitches through 3 2/3, 37 strikes to 18 balls on the other side. Bagan, and very impressive, 11 pitches an inning, 44 pitches, 32 strikes to 12 balls.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised if both these pitchers don't continue to settle in as this game goes on. The way that this game has rolled, there have been a couple of interesting innings, but if they find ways to keep runners off the base paths, it makes things a lot easier because, as we know, both these teams really like to run, move guys around, sacrifice bodies. It's a very small ball style of baseball for both these sides.
Alward takes a huge hack on a 2-0 pitch and is unable to connect. Alward 0 for 0 with a walk and a run scored. Also made a tremendous diving effort, full extension, as the ball is fouled off. Prue gave chase, hoping it would stay in, but well out of play. 2-2, 2 outs. Bottom of the 4th inning, the 3rd-seeded Monks lead the 2nd-seeded Lyons 3-2 in this elimination contest. 2-2 offering foul back once again by Elward, who earned his first start of the regional. It's kind of fallen out of favor for Will Sanborn. Hasn't been starting much recently at all over the last month, but gets the start in a crucial elimination contest. 2-2 pitch flared out to right. Running over and camping under it is Ashley as he calls off the right fielder, and a scoreless inning across the board. We head to the 5th at Monin Park. It's a 3-2 lead for the host, St. Joseph's College Monks.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Take a look at some other scores from around New England. Southern Maine defeating SUNY Oswego earlier in the Southern Maine Regional. New England College just finishing off MIT, which means Southern Maine, who's the top seed, and MIT's the 3rd seed. That's a little bit of fat fingers on my part. That'll be a 7:30 contest, an elimination game to see who plays the Grims. Story of the regional. It's one of the best stories of the weekend thus far in my mind. Tufts and Penn State Harrisburg played yesterday. Penn State Harrisburg, the 2 seed, lost to Tufts, and Tufts, after losing to SUNY Cortland, leads in that one. And then in an early elimination game, at least early on in that contest, Salve Regina leads host Trinity 1-0, as those 2 teams trying to play Babson tomorrow in one of the 2 New York regionals, even though it's hosted in Connecticut. A lot of respect this year for New England, with 3 different regionals hosted by New England teams. A lot of at-large bids this year with 4 different ones. The cut there on 0-1, fouled off. 2 quick strikes to the leadoff hitter for Wheaton here in the top of the 5th, as it's Willie Boyd, the 8-hole hitter, who's 0 for 1 today.
Of course, a lot of 1 seeds, as we talked about, on the brink of elimination.
Q shot gets past the pitcher, going to be a tough play. Chisholm tries the bare hand, can't make it. and it's a cue shot single off the bat of Boyd. It doesn't have to be hard hit, just has to be hit in the right spot.
No, and that was the perfect spot there for Boyd. That's kind of where they tell you if you're going to bunt the baseball, that's kind of where you want to do it, right in between the shortstop and third baseman, far enough away that he can't get there, and then just close enough where it's far enough to get by the pitcher and the shortstop has to make the play. That's a good job by Boyd to just get the bat on the ball, make something happen, and now here's a guy in Quigley who has had a good regional so far. A couple of good games from him.
Boyd, 15 steals in the season, takes off, but he's gunned down. A tremendous throw behind the plate from DePrizio, filling in for Emmanuelson, and first pitch running, a little aggressive there from the Lions, and thrown out cleanly. Really nice throw from DePrizio, as it is 1-0 here, and we'll take a look at that caught stealing after this next pitch, or right now.
And I don't think he got a good jump at all. Boyd did not get the jump that he wanted off of Began, and there was a reason that throw was so easy for DePrizio that time, and part of it was because the jump from Boyd just was not there.
I mean, Boyd was a perfect 15 of 15, so you knew that there was a chance he was running. I was just surprised. Typically, you maybe wait a pitch or two, and clearly St. Joe's had the scout. That's already the 11th time that Wheaton has been thrown out on 65 attempts this year. In comparison, St. Joe's has been thrown out 18 times, but in 138 attempts. That one catches the outside corner, 2-2 to Quigley, who had the go-ahead 2-run single in yesterday's 9-3 win, part of a 6-run seventh. 2-2, no one on and one out, and he gets a piece of that one to stay alive. Quigley, a local guy, which isn't surprising because Wheaton is a lot closer to Boston in Norton, Mass, than St. Joe's up in Standish, Maine, from the South Shore down in Halifax.
And, again, going back to some of those teams that kind of on the brink of elimination as one seeds, there's a couple that are in that spot.
Hits the outside corner. Bagan with the strikeout. Gets to the top of the order with 2 down for Brody Ashley. Not the way Wheaton wanted this inning to go. You get a leadoff base runner, one of your better base runners, and immediately thrown out. And all of a sudden what looked like a promising start. And Wheaton has not been able to really bounce back from that 3-run inning, although Ashley sends it through the right side. And there's another hit, already the 6th for Wheaton, who we talked about it early. We thought they probably felt they should have had a bigger lead, leading 2-0 through 2.5. That 3-run bottom of the third, and Wheaton hasn't fully bounced back in this contest, although you bring up Gammon. If Gammon can go on, then all of a sudden Raposo could do some real damage, the 3-hole hitter and catcher.
I think you credit St. Joe's a lot for what they've done to take this lead in this contest. You look at some of the plays that were made to keep this at a game where it's been at, and you go back to the play out in left field. There's a lot of other plays that St. Joe's has done to keep the damage control, not allow anything extra to happen.
Runner takes off, and it bounces up there. It'll be a stolen base for Ashley, who finds his way into second base. So a little bit more aggressiveness on the base pass from Wheaton, as that is steal number 12. Second on the team in stolen bases is Brody Ashley, 12 of 16 now. And he's in scoring position for Connor Gammon, who already has an RBI. You talk about that catch in left field. It was Gammon being robbed by Alward. Gammon is also grounded out to third to move the runner up. So 1-1 here to the 2-hole hitter as Wheaton tries to get back into this game. They did not trail for a full inning yesterday against St. Joe's in a 9-3 win in game number 2 of this regional, but already having trailed for a full inning, trying to avoid 2. Bagan's 1-1 offering, a little bit low and outside. 2-1 as the temperatures begin to drop. We've still got a lot of sunlight. After all, sunset yesterday was 8 o'clock, first time this calendar year, and it'll stay that way until August, or so I'm told, but doesn't mean that the temperatures won't drop as the sun goes down a little bit. It's also nice that we've got lights here at Monin Park. Doesn't really matter when the sun completely goes away.
Which fortunately isn't a problem at most regionals, but during the year, that's a couple of games called for darkness.
There was a regional this morning that started before I got out of the shower. The 2-2 is hit down the left field line, and it skips fair. Gammon able to just get it inside the line. He's got 2 RBI, and we're into another tie game as Connor Gammon comes through with 2 outs and 2 strikes, just barely putting that ball fair. It was very strange looking at the kind of the schedule, just trying to figure out what other was going on at the other regionals, and I looked, and it was the top of the first inning, and it's already an out, and it was 8:15 in the morning.
8:30 in Worcester. It was Otterbein and Worcester, 7-0 win. Or excuse me, a 7-0 lead in the 5th inning there.
No,
and then
Salisbury
even
Penn State
before
Abington
that
was 8
wow,
o'clock this
that
morning.
is unbelievable.
As someone who has to be here well before first pitch, I appreciated the fact that we
Yikes.
did not have an 8 a.m. start this morning.
Oh, that would have been rough.
Yeah, that would have been a
would not have been fun for you.
That would have been a 6 a.m. crew call.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So we're going to have a conversation here between the pitching coach and Bagan. You can see just how much it's cooled. The pitching coach is wearing a full jacket right now. I mean, it's cooler up here, but in the shade, and that's the St. Joe's dugout on the third base side. The home dugout is in the shade. The Wheaton dugout, they were on the third base side in game number 2 today, and they all had their jackets on. They've actually taken the jackets off. They've warmed up a little bit as that side is still in the
People
sun.
still have the jackets on over there in the sun. Still some, it's getting cold.
Dave Wahlberg has the sleeves up.
Well, he had
taking those photos.
He had the AC on earlier in here, so.
Yeah, it's really rough sharing the office with someone who's always warm.
And again, with what Wheaton has done in situations where they've capitalized, that was a great swing by Gammon. They didn't try and do too much, just went with the pitch, was able to just poke it out there. And fortunate that time they got the bounce.
Yeah, he's had 3 at-bats in this contest, 3 productive at-bats. His first at-bat, basically a sac bunt, moving the runner up to second base in Ashley, then a sacrifice fly that easily could have been extra bases, and then able to come through with a game-tying RBI double as that pitch misses outside. 2-0 here to Sharkey. First base is open. The only issue is if you don't want to pitch to Sharkey, or rather, if you don't want to pitch to Raposo, then you have to pitch to Sharkey. And even Salcon's had some good at-bats. The middle of this order is pretty tricky for pitchers to deal with. 2-0, breaking ball. Gets Sharkey to Raposo. Keep confusing the 3 and the 4 hole hitter. It's 3-0. It's a lot easier. I was doing the photo camera for the previous game. Sharkey's facial hair is much more pronounced than Raposo, but you don't get that angle from up here as he takes a 4-pitch walk. And now we'll see Jared Sharkey, the NUMAC Player of the Year and our player to watch. And you're going to see it right here. See a little, there was a little bit, now you see it.
They're
from
also
center
wearing
field.
different numbers, though, so that also.
I'm not looking at numbers right now.
Okay, I'm just giving you ideas here.
This is
now that your facial hair determination is now gone. You can look at the numbers. If
Elijah,
you want.
this is the 3rd time that I've seen this Wheaton team. At this point, I should be able to figure it out. His first pitch swinging is Sharkey right through the middle. Gammon is going to easily score. Taking off for third is Raposo. Runners at the corners. And just like that, Wheaton has the lead once again. A 2-run top of the 5th. And the Lions go ahead 4-3. And the Lions then to our right, a little bit quieter than they were yesterday. They were deafening on Friday. They've been subdued due to the long day and a little bit of sun.
Well, this is exactly how you draw it up. If you're this top part of the order for Wheaton, you have guys in Connor Gammon that's contributing as well. Raposo finds a way on, and then Sharkey just able to move everybody around as well. This is exactly what Wheaton is looking for, and if they find a way to move to that game against UMass Boston and they can get that top of the order going, that can be a tough ride for the Beacons if they can't continue the pitching stretch that they've had so far in this tournament.
Yeah, Wheaton has already defeated UMass Boston this year down in Florida. Tight 5-3 win. The Lions are not going to be intimidated by anyone in New England, whether it be the Beacons, the Beavers of Babson, a team that was ranked in the top 10, 7th going into the regional. I mean, they played in one of the best conferences in all of New England and won the regular season title. The NUMAC, one of just 3 conferences in all of Division III to get 3 teams in. So this is a battle-tested Lions team, both in and out of conference. 0-2 pitch coming to Salkind. A little bit low, 1-2. And for Bagan right now, you just got to stop the bleeding. Again, down a run in the 5th, you can live with. Down 2 or 3 runs, and all the pressure kind of starts to build knowing this is an elimination contest. 1-2 offering, chop down the first baseline, foul. Nice grab there by the first base coach.
And we'll see what Beacon decides to go with here. If he goes kind of back to that fastball. He's gone in situations where you may think he's going to go breaking ball. He's gone a lot with maybe a high fastball to get some of these Wheaton hitters to chase because they saw such a great breaking ball earlier in the day from Burgos, who was just on point with that pitch. It didn't matter if it was outside the zone. He had him off balance. See what he goes with here.
1-2, swung on a miss, got him with the high fastball as Salkine couldn't quite catch up. Third strikeout of the game for Beacon. And we head to the bottom of the fifth. The Lions back on top for the second time today. It's a 4-3 advantage for the second-seeded Wheaton College Lions.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Fifth all-time meeting between the Monks and the Lions in postseason play. They've split the first two. First three meetings were back in 2010 and 2011. The fifth all-time meeting is going to be a crucial one, an elimination game here in the UMass Boston Regional. And, well, we've got quite a few innings left. This is when you really need your seniors to step up, and we'll see a couple of them here in the bottom of the fifth for St. Joseph's. We've got Murphy and Gagne due up second and third, and Emmanuelson due up fifth if you can get to him. Gotta get a response right now. It feels a little bit like a boxing match where each team is getting a couple punches in and then you need to respond. You don't want to allow someone to really start pushing you towards the ropes and get you potentially reeling and have all the momentum swing the other way.
Well, I think what we saw in that last inning from Beacon was a huge momentum shift for St. Joe's. If they're going to do something, it's got to be at some point in this frame because of what Beacon's able to do. Work out of the jam of first and third situation, really a situation where that game could have got away from him in a very big way, and he gets a bat in Salkine that has had such a successful tournament, and he comes in, gets him with a high fastball in a situation where you think he may waste a breaking pitch before he goes back to that. Instead, just went right after him. Terrific pitch there from Beacon.
Ball is popped up by Richardson on the right side. Mulcahy takes charge and makes the play. The other thing is, Beacon's been really good, but all of a sudden his pitch count's up to 70 through 5 after going 11 pitches an inning through the first 4. Paul Prue's only at 61. The one advantage I would give to Wheaton for sure is they've got a better bullpen because they play 9 innings in their conference with 3 consecutive games, 1 on Friday, 2 on Saturday, so you have to have a deep bullpen. St. Joseph's playing just 7-inning games, 2 on a Saturday and a doubleheader. You don't need as much of a bullpen, and that could come back to cost the Monks if this game does become a little bit of a bullpen battle. As picking it up and making the throw is Quigley as Murphy takes a hard tumble. He's stretched out, and hopefully he's okay. It's an awkward kind of extension towards the bag, out by a foot, and then you have to worry about just how he took that, although he appears to be okay as he jogs off. Little bit gingerly.
Yeah, that was a ball that normally isn't even a close play at first base, and Murphy somehow makes that play by a step. So terrific job by Murphy to hustle down the line. That just shows you, how both of these teams, obviously nobody wants their season to end, but especially for both these guys, just how much talent they really have. I mean, that's a play that is a very easy one out there at shortstop. Sometimes you get a couple of shortstops that just linger with the ball a little bit too long, and that time Murphy made him work for it.
Well, Murphy beat out an infield single yesterday to drive in the third run of the game for the Monks. It's just how fast he is. Comebacker right into the glove of Prue. A quick inning for Paul Prue, and the Lions keep the momentum going. We head to the 6th. It's Wheaton 4, St. Joseph's 3 in game number 5 of this UMass Boston Regional.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
Top of the 6th inning on a beautiful night here in Boston. Elijah, we just talked about it off the air. Franklin, who was just no hit, the team in that Texas Lutheran Regional, the 4 seed who defeated Trinity, Texas yesterday, goes from getting no hit by the 3 seed Concordia, Texas to playing Trinity, Texas, who not too long ago won a national title. That is a tough break for a team who already was shipped out of their region, put on a plane to face a couple of nationally ranked teams. That is it's a tough pill to swallow if you're Franklin, who looks like, the Grizzly Bears? I think they're the Grizz.
That's not how you draw it up, let's just say that. But you look at the entire really list of all these regionals, and there's a lot of 1 seeds that are either in trouble or already knocked out. You've got Worcester, who's in trouble. They're on the brink of elimination. Denison will be on the brink of elimination following their loss to Heidelberg. You've got Keene, who was the host there. Ithaca still hanging on by a thread. TCNJ will play for elimination in the next couple of hours. And then Rowan sneaking by Salisbury to stay alive in that tournament as well. So there's a lot of 1 seeds that are really starting to have to settle in and try and find and fight their way back.
Began gets a strikeout swinging as Manny went down, tried to golf it out there. Ball bounced and it was thrown down. So another strikeout for Began, who got a strikeout to end the previous frame. There is a lefty warming up for the Monks just in case, as Began hasn't thrown all that many pitches, only 73, 51 strikes to 22 balls. The pitch catches the inside corner there for strike 1 to Mulcahy, the second baseman, who is 0 for 2 thus far.
Of course, you can't forget Southern Maine, who will be a team that could possibly face UMass Boston or the winner of this regional in the Supers. And then right now, WashU out of St. Louis tied in the top of the 9th as well. So they have a shot to be eliminated momentarily.
Mulcahy jam shot, pops out to center field. And he's a 1-out base runner for Wheaton here in the 6th as they look to add to their total. 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 2 more in the 5th to take a 4-3 lead after the Monks were able to score 3 in the bottom of the 3rd to take a 1-run lead. Yeah, there are very few number 1 seeds who have had an easy time thus far. Even the College of Worcester, who's a team that I believe made the College World Series last year, they were able to go 2-0 today after losing yesterday. Runner takes off, throws a good one, and the tag a little bit late as Murphy had to take it on the third base side, tried the behind-the-back blind tag and couldn't quite get it on Mulcahy. We've seen this Wheaton team get a lot more aggressive running on Prizio, even though he threw out the first base runner he faced. They now have 2 steals, as taking second there was Mulcahy, who's 11 for 11 on the season. So each of the top 3 Wheaton base runners have attempted a stolen base in this one, and they're 2 for 3 combined. Team is now 56 of 67.
I'll tell you what, that Worcester Regional is no easy task to maneuver through, and Nick Denove is probably one of the best pitchers not only in the state of Ohio but in the country. Went a complete game in his first start, and now they'll have him available for that game coming up on tomorrow.
And Denove, of course, is from Case Western, the pitcher who won game 1, a freshman, I believe.
Yep.
Who will now be available on day 3 for Case Western out of the UAA, the University Athletic Association, out of Western Pennsylvania. I believe Pittsburgh, right? Or are they out of Ohio?
They're out of Cleveland area.
Cleveland. All right, I was 1 state off. Not too far. It's about a 2-hour drive. I made it this summer.
It's close enough.
Swung on and missed after Willie Boyd popped up to shallow center. Quigley, who's 1 for 2 with the run, scored in a strikeout, looking for another big hit. Had the game-winning 2-run single yesterday, trying to give his team some insurance today for the freshman shortstop. So the runner takes off, and it's a hit and run. Ball is popped foul down the left field line. 0-2.
And Wheaton, definitely a team that, much like UMass Boston, that kind of next man up mentality. We've seen a lot of success from the top of this order at times this year, but they talked about it yesterday. Quigley, a guy that hasn't had a ton of production at times this season, but came up with the big hits when they needed them, and that's been kind of the MO of this ball club.
0-2 pitch, hit softly over to the second baseman. Healy fields, throws, and it's a scoreless inning for Began. A big one as he's gone, gets his 3rd scoreless inning of the game. We head to the bottom of the sixth. The Monks looking to get at least one run back, maybe more, as they look to put the pressure back on the Lions in this elimination contest.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, then I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Leading off for St. Joseph's in the bottom of the sixth inning, the second baseman, number 3, Drew Healy.
Drew Healy just had the assist on the final out of the sixth inning to leave a runner at second. And Healy, who had a big 2-run single earlier today, back in that 3-run third inning, will look to start it off for the Monks. Lefty versus lefty matchup. Cue shot at the middle. Should be an easy play for Mulcahy, who winds, fires, and gets Healy, who doesn't run all that well, for the first out of the bottom of the sixth.
And I mentioned it earlier, Seth, I think maybe about 2 innings ago, but both these pitchers really look like they're starting to kind of settle into this game flow and really set the tone of this contest. You know, we saw what was available for St. Joe's and what Began has done. He's struggled through a couple of innings, but he's able to work out of jams. And then on the flip side, Prue, he's just been coasting to this point.
First pitch to Emmanuelson's fouled off. I've been really impressed. I mean, both of us know what to expect from UMass Boston just because we've seen this Beacons team all season long. Yesterday going with the junior Ben Gottesman, who's only made 6 career starts going into this regional. Today with Burgos, one of their seniors, but we'll see one of the Beacons underclassmen tomorrow as that ball is hit out off the end of the bat to Sharkey, and Emmanuelson is retired. The quality of pitching from these two teams, the quality of young pitching. For Wheaton today, we saw a great outing out of one of their freshmen in game number 3 of this tournament. Of course, as I totally blank on that pitcher's name. And now we've seen a nice start out of Began, a sophomore. And then for Wheaton, a great start yesterday from Griffin Young. And then today, a really nice start from Paul Prue. Obviously, Mikos would have liked to pitch better. But both of these teams have a really strong future going forward in terms of their young, quality starting pitching. That's such a big thing at Division III. Quality starting pitching and the depth in the lineup. If you can have a 1 through 9 lineup and also play a little bit of defense, you can be really good at the Division III level.
Which is another aspect of what goes into why this regional is, in my mind, really one of the tougher regionals to go through as well.
Can of corn fly ball out to the right fielder Gammond as St. Joe's goes down 1, 2, 3. Head to the 7th. All of a sudden, we're running out of outs. It's a 4-3 lead for the second-seeded Wheaton College Lions.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that. And it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Got a new pitcher for St. Joe's as Began's day is done. 6 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 4 strikeouts, and 1 walk. And Elijah, I'll hand over the play-by-play duties, and let's find out a little bit more about George Welch.
So George Welch coming in, as you can see, the 2.79 ERA on the season for this Monks team. And again, this is a pitching staff that has had a couple of guys with a lot of appearances. Welch, not one of those guys. 6 appearances so far this year, just 9 2/3 innings pitched on the campaign as well. So not a guy who's seen a ton of action so far this year for this Monks pitching staff.
8 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, 16 strikeouts in 9 2/3 innings, a whopping 14.90 K per 9. Has walked 5 batters, a 2.79 ERA, 14.9. That is very impressive, even in limited innings. Funny thing is, he hasn't pitched much, but it's all been recently. Didn't pitch at all until April the 13th, then pitched on the 13th, the 16th, the 22nd, the 28th, the 2nd, and then again in the GNAC championship game, throwing 2 1/3 innings, 1 hit, 5 strikeouts, and 3 walks. So clearly a guy that, for whatever reason, wasn't pitching early, but Will Sanborn has shown a lot of trust in late in the season.
I'll tell you what, you saw Burgos earlier in the day against Wheaton really do a great job of finding ways to get guys out, get them swing at pitches that were kind of out of the zone, and maybe that's exactly what St. Joe's is looking for, and a good fastball to start off there from Welch. It's a 4-3 lead for Wheaton as they cling to this elimination game. The count is now 1-1. It has been that kind of day all around Division III baseball, but especially here in this UMass Boston regional. It's been one of the few regionals that has seen the 1 seed go undefeated. That one is grounded out towards short. Murphy fires on to first in plenty of time, and Ashley is retired for the first out here in this 7th inning. And now Connor Gammon will come to the plate.
Welch, a freshman, a very good two-way player at Pinkerton Academy, had the lowest ERA in the league at 1.15 with 48 strikeouts in 28 innings, but also batted .356 with a home run and 23 RBI and threw 2 no-hitters.
Swing, and that one fouled back to the screen, and the count is 0-1.
I'm not sure which of those stats impresses me the most. It's the runner-up for New Hampshire Player of the Year. Hampshire's not a very big state, but that's still a very impressive stat.
Were you ever a runner-up Player of the Year in any state you lived in? That one misses outside for a ball. It's 1-1.
Yeah, I was the runner-up for Player of the Year in a summer basketball camp in 3rd grade.
There you go.
But that was about it.
Do you have a college where that was at, or a high school? 1-1?
No, it was Arrowhead Summer Camp.
Okay.
Yeah.
2-1 is the count.
Voted up by myself and my friends, so
Great.
Probably not quite as official.
Did that go along with the wonderful jump shot that you have available in your arsenal?
Hey, it was much better in 3rd grade than it was now.
All right, 2-1. Misses outside, 3-1. And those had to be, 8-foot hoops, right?
Oh, no, those were full 10-foot hoops.
7-foot hoops is what we've been told.
Oh, man.
3-1 the count. As Welch will step back onto the rubber. And the 3-1 offering on the way here. Swing, and that one is grounded out towards second. Fielded cleanly by Healy. He fires to first in time. And there's 2 down here in the inning.
Elijah, it just feels like this game is going to come down to 1 or 2 key at-bats. The way the pitchers have been able to kind of neutralize the bats for the last couple innings, but also how strong both defenses have been after kind of a rough game number 1 of the day for Wheaton. I mean, we're going to have to see one of these teams put together a complete inning. You're not going to maybe hit a 2-run homer after a walk. You're going to have to really manufacture a run. This is big for Welch to get that first out because a lot of these younger players have struggled with the nerves coming in for the first time.
Raposo at the plate here. 0-1 the count. And the next pitch from Welch is fouled back. And you don't see this a lot, especially at the Division III level from left-handers, but he has an electric fastball that he's used to his advantage so far in this game. You see a lot of guys come in, especially even at the Division I level, come in with a lot of sliders and off-speed and things of that nature, but Welch, clearly we're seeing why the numbers in high school were the way they were.
Well, St. Joseph's is a private school up in Standish, Maine that has a little bit more money than some of the public schools in New England, and he's majoring in business and sports management. I would assume that's probably a pretty good program because I'm sure that he had several offers coming from Pinkerton Academy, a PG school where you're going to show off your stuff trying to maybe earn that D1 or D2 scholarship.
That one is swung on and fouled off.
They've had a lot of success recently. Their women's basketball team has become a national power. Their men's soccer team, led by a former UMass Boston assistant, has gone undefeated each of the past 2 regular seasons and has made it a couple of rounds in the NCAA tournament. So a lot of good things going on up in Standish, Maine for the Monks.
1-2. That one is grounded back up the middle. Backhand by Healy, but off the glove, and that will flick out into center field, but wouldn't matter anyway. I think Raposo would have reached. They'll rule that a hit.
Yeah, that's a tough play there for Healy, especially a guy who hasn't been playing second base a lot this weekend. Kind of want to think, would Johnson have been able to make that play? He's been really good defensively, but doesn't bring the same kind of bat. And now the big thing is, can you get Sharkey here and limit the damage? Because Sharkey is that big bat in the middle of the order.
So Sharkey with more facial hair at the plate. Here's the pitch. That one is grounded out towards short, fielded by Murphy. He'll throw to second, and that will end the inning. So Wheaton unable to push one across, leave one stranded. We head to the bottom half of the 7th inning. Time to stretch here at Monin Park.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Think about your question.
Prue back onto the mound, and St. Joe's will come to the plate, and they trail it 4-3. DePrizio will step into the box here to lead things off in this bottom half of the 7th inning. That one misses for a ball, and it's 1-0.
And why not bring Paul Prue out? He's been extremely effective the last couple innings in minimizing the pitch count. Only has 74 pitches. We were looking at him 20 pitches past an inning. I think it was in the 4th inning where he'd already thrown close to 60 pitches. He's only thrown a couple pitches the last 2 innings and been a little bit more effective throwing strikes. 50 strikes to 24 balls thus far.
The 1-1 misses. And they definitely probably have a pretty tight leash on Prue. They've already got a right-hander warming down in the bullpen. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and fouled off, and the count even now at 2-2.
I think it's a tight leash based off of you're only holding on to a 1-run lead. So if he runs into any trouble, they want to have someone available. Looking at Prue thus far this year, he's already thrown 8 1/3 innings and a loss to Babson.
The 2-2 is swung on and lifted out into center field. Moving back is Ashley. He will make the catch easily, and that will be out number 1 here in the 7th. And again, now you wonder, a question mark for Wheaton. If Prue goes 1-2-3 and they find a way to maybe stretch the lead, do you bring him out again?
I would, because again, we haven't seen Zach Kleesis, who's the team's most often used reliever, who did not pitch well in the NEWMAC tournament, but does have a 2.93 ERA and a team leading 3 saves. We saw Patrick Arter earlier, who came in with also having 3 saves. We saw Roberge pitch. Riley pitch. We haven't seen Dominic Cunha yet this tournament, but you want to save those guys because you might need them to pitch an inning or two tomorrow and then an inning or two in Game 2 if you get there.
That one is swung on and hit out down the right field line. Moving over, great catch by Gammon, and there's 2 down now in the inning. So now you look at the pitch count for Prue in this inning. It's very low, and we'll see if he in fact can come back in this bottom half of the 8th inning. But still some work to do as Allward will come to the dish. He's already walked and scored in this game.
6 pitches to get 2 outs.
That one misses for a ball, and the count is, or excuse me, he's in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. And now this goes back to what we talked about back in that whirlwind of a 3rd inning. That one is fouled off, and the count is now 0-2. If you just load the bases instead of running into an out, this game could realistically be tied. You could have the lead. And that goes back to a great, I believe it was 1-6-2-5-3 put out, somewhere around there. That one is swung on a miss. And so Allward goes down, and that ends the inning. 1-2-3 for Prue. We head to the top half of the 8th inning. Wheaton in front 4-3.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Welcome back to Monin Park, and Wheaton in front 4-3. St. Joe's trailing, and Welsh back on the rubber. And he delivers the first pitch. It's a breaking ball that's just tapped out to the mound. He will throw to first, but it's not going to be in time. And how about Salkind, able to reach, showing off the wheels. It's an infield single for Brian Salkind.
Yeah, that looks a little bit like a race in slow motion. Welch was struggling to get there, and Salkind wasn't moving that quickly. But it's enough for an infield single, and right now you have to be thinking, can we manufacture a run? Can we get an insurance run here in the 8th? Salkind, again, doesn't run all that well. I almost would think about a pinch runner here, but I don't know what Eric Podbelski did in terms of putting together his roster. Does he have a pinch runner? Is he comfortable with his backup first baseman? And also you have to possibly be wary. If you don't score this run, it's a 1-run game. Are you okay with whoever the backup first baseman is coming up in a big spot in the 5-hole?
And that's always the tough decision, especially even in situations where you think I have to pull the guy and pinch run for him. That one is fouled back to the screen. We've seen it a couple of times come back to bite teams where you tie the game and then you do it a little bit extra where you pinch run for the guy that's at second base to maybe get that winning run, and then they come up in extra innings, and that spot has to be filled by a guy who does not have the bat that you just pinch ran for.
Well, and the other issue is you're playing for your season right now. It's one thing to make that move and regret it a little bit if it's a regular season contest. I think a lot of coaches will get a little bit more conservative in the postseason, trying to avoid thinking, oh, what if I didn't make that move? I mean, you have confidence in Salkind as one of your top hitters. You want his bat up again if you do go to extras. It's one of those moves where it gets a little bit more scrutiny, a little more hypersensitive when you're in this kind of big atmosphere playing for your season in a regional or even a super regional.
The 0-2 misses high for a ball. That goes all the way to the backstop. That's going to be a wild pitch there. As Manny, I don't even know if he saw that pitch go over his head, but it moves Salkind up 90 feet to second base.
Well, and now if you can get a grounder on the right side, you might be able to manufacture the run without the pinch runner.
We'll see if Manny can put the ball in play here. Mulcahy waits on deck. As Welch comes set. And fires. That one down low. And the count is 2-2. One thing that Welch seems to show that he lacks maybe a little bit is been the location for that breaking ball. But how dynamic he could be if he figures that one out. The 2-2. Swing, and that one is chopped foul. So we've seen the fastball location just so superb.
Well, and at this point, you're really hoping you can blow a fastball, maybe even a couple fastballs by the batter. If you can leave the runner here at second base with one out, it's a lot easier to get out of the frame without giving up any further damage.
2-2 count. Welch fires. That one tipped and just couldn't be hung on to that time.
That's fortunate there because it was a check swing. Really not much contact, but in and out of the glove there of DiPrizio, the team's backup catcher. And we're not trying to say anything about DiPrizio. He's played well. He threw out a runner, but you just wonder, does Emmanuelson hold on to that one? It's a tough play either way, but it's one of in a game that really could be decided by one or two plays. That could have been a big third strike.
2-2 pitch on the way. That one in there for a called third strike. May have been just a little tight, but we've seen that all day and we've seen that all yesterday. These umpires give you a couple of extra inches with 2 strikes.
Yeah, Manny was upset with it. He was a little bit verbal with his feelings about the call. It looked good and it hit the glove. That's the big thing. A lot of times umpires will give you a little bit extra if the glove's not moving and it's just framing.
Pitch on the way. That one is a breaking ball, and it's in there for a strike. And another thing that some umpires also put into play, and some pitchers as well, for left-handers, that ball is coming back over the plate. It's not a ball that's going to cut in towards that right-hander. You see a lot of left-handers with that two-seam action that comes away. That breaking ball is hit on the ground, out towards second, fielded cleanly. Throw to first is in time. Runner will move up 90 feet. But now there's 2 down in the inning as Mulcahy grounds out to his position at second base.
And that's why that strikeout was so big to Manny, because the ground ball moves it up. But there's 2 outs now, and you need to get a hit, a wild pitch in air, something funky. Boyd's got to come through here rather than just another ground ball or a potential ball out to the outfield. Boyd today 1 for 3, was caught stealing.
2 down in the inning. And a bunt here by Boyd. That one pushed foul. And the count is 0-1. It also takes out of play the infield for St. Joe's having to come in with the runner standing 90 feet away. So now you can play regular depth and even shift around guys the way that you want with Boyd at the plate. 0-1 the count. If Boyd reaches, it would be Quigley, who was the hero on Friday. That one is in there for a strike, and it's 0-2.
I like that idea from Boyd, trying to catch Chisholm napping after he struggled with the bunt defense yesterday. He's so fast, Boyd. Just a 233 hitter, but with tremendous speed. You like his odds if he can get that ball fair.
The 0-2. In there for a called third strike. Welch fired up as he heads to the dugout. And that will bring St. Joe's to the plate here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. 4-3 Wheaton.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Welcome back to Monon Park. Wheaton in front by a score of 4-3. And now the bottom half of the 8th inning. And it will be 9-1-2 that will come to the plate for St. Joe's here in this frame. Hunter Richardson will step into the box. He's followed by Murphy. First pitch misses inside, and it's ball one. Prue back out onto the mound for Wheaton. Two arms loosening down in the Wheaton bullpen. The 1-0. In there for a called strike. It's 1-1.
And it makes sense to keep Prue on now with 85 pitches, 58 for strikes. You have to figure Clesis is one of the two pitchers out there, the team's closer who's yet to pitch this weekend. Not sure who the other is, but remember, for St. Joe's of Maine, they're used to having to come back late in games. The GNAC championship game, down 3 in the bottom of the 9th, able to come back, got 1 run and then a 2-run single to tie it. So this team has dug themselves out of holes before in elimination games like this one.
1-2. In there for a call, third strike, the same spot that we saw earlier, and that is going to retire Hunter Richardson.
And you couldn't see the reaction from Richardson to look back at our home plate umpire, David Chiasson, but he looked right back at the press box. He was stunned by it, but you have to adjust to this zone. Chiasson's been very consistent over this inning especially. He's going to give a little bit more on that inside corner, and we haven't seen any of these batters adjust. And now for Joey Murphy, this could be the final at bat for the senior standout. We'll see if he can come through here. As Prue has really just been on cruise control. That was just his second strikeout. A big reason why his pitch count has stayed low. He's pitching to contact.
0-1. That one is grounded out towards short, backhand, and that one just skipped over the glove. It's going to be an error, but Murphy is aboard. And now here in the 8th, they have arguably their best base runner available.
I don't think it's arguably. I think you're talking about the fastest man in New England, second fastest in the country with those 37 steals. And the question is, do you send him? Raposo threw him out yesterday in the first inning. They haven't stolen a base today against Wheaton, and I think that might be it for Prue, who's pitched well. But if we can go back and look at that last play, I think it might have been a hit because of the speed of Murphy, but Quigley electing to go with the backhand made it a much more difficult play than it needed to. He could have gotten in front of it and given himself a chance, but with Murphy's speed, we've seen him beat out infield singles. That was an interesting decision by Quigley, maybe trying to rush it a little bit more than it needed to with the backhand, as we'll take a look. He had time, at least I thought live, to move over, and he did. It was a strange play to go at the backhand, maybe respecting the speed that Murphy has shown throughout this tournament.
So one down now in the inning. Gagne at the plate. Here's the pitch to him. He swings and grounds that to second. This could be two. They flipped to second for one. On to first. It is not in time with the speed of Gagne, so you trade a guy with 37 stolen bases for a guy with 35. And Gagne is aboard now, and that will in turn bring Healy to the plate. But that just shows, I think, also what Wheaton has done on the mound. The two fastest guys and two of the better hitters on this team, they've really had a tough time getting on base. Gagne has yet to reach, besides anything but a fielder's choice, and now Healy steps to the plate. In there for a strike 0-1.
It's been a tough tournament for Gagne, who hasn't had all that many hits, but I think it also shows the respect that the Monks have for the arm of Raposo. If you're sending Murphy on that pitch, you probably only get the out at first base with his speed. Healy's not one of the seniors on this team that has quite a few of them, but a junior has come through in a big way, had a good day yesterday against Wheaton, the 2-run go-ahead single in this one, and can he come through once again, or will they have to make up the deficit in the 9th?
0-1. Swing, and that is fouled back. It's 0-2. And again, you look at the rest of this order for St. Joe's, and it's not to say that they wouldn't be able to make a comeback, but this was probably their best shot in this inning to find offensive firepower. And by no means is this inning over, but here's the 0-2 from Prue. Misses high for a ball. And another thing that the left-hander does as well to keep Prue in there is it may slow down Gagne and Murphy a little bit, giving them a different look over at first base. You can't just go and maybe get a few extra steps, kind of sneak in behind. That pitcher's looking right at you. The 1-2. and he throws over to check on him.
Prue is up to 90 pitches in what has been a masterful performance by the lefty. It was really needed after they had to use the bullpen a little bit more after Mikos couldn't make it through the second inning. This has been everything Eric Podbelski could have asked for.
1-2 pitch, here it is. Swinging, that one is hit out towards second, fielded. And the throw to first to get Healy is in time, and that will end the inning. So no runs across for St. Joe's. We head to the ninth. Wheaton in front, 4-3.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Welcome back to Moden Park. You take a look at the UMass Boston regional schedule and what will be upcoming. It's a very simple one. As you can see, tomorrow it will be the winner of this game playing UMass Boston. And if necessary, that team wins, they will play UMass Boston again.
Yeah, exactly. 45 minutes after the contest. So no matter which one of these teams is able to be victorious, it's going to be a long hill to climb tomorrow, but right now you're just focused on getting this one out of the way, getting your way to Sunday, and then with the pitching depth these two teams have, both of them will be confident in their starter in game number 6. Maybe a couple more question marks if you get to a game number 7.
Here's the 1-0. That one is fouled off. And how about this? You look at what the guys on the mound that have really been the pivotal spots have done, and you can argue that Began was a big part for the St. Joe's pitching staff in this game. But you look at the two guys that are on the mound right now. Paul Prue had single-digit appearances coming into this game, and Welch had 6 appearances coming into this game. Two guys that have barely appeared this season have been the two focal points and keys right now for these two pitching staffs.
Yeah, Welch has done exactly what he was asked to do by Will Sanborn, coming in relief and keeping the deficit at 4-3. The ball is roped out to center, long run.
And that one is going to get by out into center field. Quigley on his way to second. He's thinking about the turn, but he will stay, and that is going to be what looks to be a hit.
They're going to give a single and then the error on Richardson, allowing it to skip past him. That's one of those tough plays. But on the turf, you have to recognize you're going to get that big hop, so you have to make yourself as big as possible, kind of like a hockey goalie to keep it in front, because otherwise you're not going to see the advancement there from Quigley, and that is a huge insurance run. Now, in the last inning, there was a runner at second with no outs, and Welch was able to keep the Lions off the board. He's going to have to do it for a second consecutive inning to give his team an even better chance at potentially coming back.
Well, now, Ashley, they're just going to say square around a bunt here. We'll see what St. Joe's decides to do. In this situation, Seth, you look at it, and yes, you want to get that lead runner at third, but with no force, you don't want to get too crafty in that regard. Unless it's a sure out, expect this ball to go to first. Here's the offering from Welch. That one misses outside for a ball, and it's 1-0. And that's something that it's something that a lot of coaches go back and forth on. You want to have your pitcher kind of pinpoint a spot, but at some point, you just kind of got to tell these guys to throw strikes.
Yeah, best case scenario, you get a guy to pop it up or maybe bunt a couple foul and you get a strikeout, as Ashley pulled it back, thinking maybe of slashing there. The other thing is with Welch's ability to get strikeouts. 2 in 2 innings thus far. Strikeout per 9 of 14.90. Even with the runners over at third with 1 out, that doesn't necessarily mean Wheaton's going to be able to put the ball in play on that next batter and get a run, even with one of their better hitters due up next.
That one is slashed through the left side for a base hit. Quigley thinking about the turn. He will stay put. And now runners at the corners with nobody out. And how about the slash that time from Ashley, just a heads-up play.
Yeah, really nice job by Ashley, and a questionable move by Chisholm. He was worried about covering the bag at third base. You have to go all out on that. We just talked about the need to get the out there, and he let the ball go through, hoping that Murphy, who was trying to hold the runner along to the bag, could get there. That was the third baseman's ball, if anyone's. This is an even tougher spot because typically I would say load the bases up, give yourself a force out at every base in this situation, but you really want to do that with Raposo and Sharkey due up next. This is kind of a lose-lose situation if you're the St. Joseph's College coaching staff.
So apparently the fastest guy in New England has limits, is what we were seeing there. That one is a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and this is going to get by. Quigley heading to the plate. They throw it home, and it's not in time. Insurance for Wheaton. It's 5-3.
It's going to be a wild pitch as DePrizio was able to get up, but unable to get high enough as it popped in and out of his glove. And that is a huge insurance run, but also it moves the second runner up to second base as Wheaton tries to stretch this out. Remember, the Monks already have come back from behind by 3 in the bottom of the 9th in a huge game earlier this month against Johnson & Wales, but something tells me that Zach Kleesis is going to be a little bit more difficult than the pitcher Johnson & Wales threw out there in what was the second game of the day for the Wildcats. This could be the first appearance of the tournament for Kleesis.
And how different, especially the way this game has gone, does 5-3 look than 4-3? It is a much larger difference than a lot of games that could be a 2-run differential. And that one is bunted towards the third base line. Welch cuts off his third baseman. They throw to first. It's not going to be in time after it couldn't be scooped up by the second baseman.
That's a tough one. Again, I don't like the fact that Welch is feeling that should have been Chisholm's ball. And I think they're going to give an infield single because the base runner, well, let's take a look at the replay when we have it just to see. It's the benefit of having instant replay. We can give our scorer a little bit of extra help. It was a tough play either way, but Elijah, that's got to be Chisholm's ball, and it's so much more difficult with Welch having to spin as a lefty.
He cut it off, and then the throw was low. And I think that ball could have possibly been scooped up over there by Healy, but I think the throw was much too low in that situation.
Yeah, I don't think that you can put the error there on the second baseman, who, again, is a second baseman. Drew Healy's not working on scoops over there at first base, even on the turf every day like you would have a first baseman. So things go from bad to worse. Runners at the corners with no outs, and Will Sanborn's going to go to the pen. And I don't know who's coming out right now for St. Joseph's College, but this is a pivotal spot. I think he was having just a conference, and they're going to say that they might have run out of conferences.
Well, because
we had a warning earlier from our home plate umpire about how many conferences the Monks have already had, and I think we're just going to see the right fielder or the relief pitcher trot in because he was already trotting in from the right center field bullpen, the home bullpen.
Well, now he's trotting back out.
Because I don't think anyone knows what's going on except for our umpire crew. And, of course, those three men, David Chiasson, Jeff Merzel, and Mark Piantadosi, our crew chief, Dan Miller, is not working this game. He'll be behind home plate for tomorrow's contest.
I think what's even more confusing is he went out to talk to Welch, came back in, and then decided to make the change after he came back in. And I'm not sure what he didn't realize because I think everyone in the stadium knew that Nick Raposo was coming to the plate.
Yeah, and I also think that the idea for Will Sanborn was to make the change no matter what. It was just maybe giving his reliever a few more warm-up pitches.
And I think this goes back to DePrizio coming out. Could that have been?
Yeah, there was something weird with the conferences. MLB has very set rules now. You can only have certain amount of conferences because of the pace of play focus, as now they'll talk to Eric Podbelski. This is one of the more confusing rules I've seen. And he has to pitch to this batter. So I don't know why, but this becomes an even more difficult spot for Welch, who has to face off against the senior Raposo in a huge spot.
Runners at first and third, nobody out. The lefty fires. Swing, and Raposo pops this one up. Out into shallow left. Back is Murphy. He makes the catch, and there's one down in the inning. And that was the best case scenario for St. Joe's, and now they're making sure they can get to the bullpen.
Will Sanborn was on the field as soon as Joey Murphy made that catch. Little bit of annoyance for whatever the ruling was against him, but he was quickly making the move as he will bring in a right-hander. And honestly, from Welch, I'm really impressed. I mean, that easily could have been a spot where you know that you're already coming out, you're feeling a little dejected, then you have to face off against such a good hitter in Raposo, and he was able to not only get the out, but get the out without either runner coming home. That's a huge out from Welch, who pitched really well. 2 1/3, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, 2 scoreless, but this inning just ran into a little bit of trouble as this Wheaton team continues to battle their way back towards a Sunday rematch with UMass Boston as the 2 seed, and a team we both talked about could easily have been a 1 seed if not for an 0-2 showing in their own conference tournament.
And again, we talked about what UMass Boston has the ability to do in what they have done throughout this tournament. And now it'll be Jonathan Marcia that will be on the mound for the Monks. You see the numbers there, a 3-3 record so far this year for him on the mound. And for Marcia, 3-3, 6 saves on the year. So a guy who they have relied upon to try and close down games and close the door. And 26 1/3 innings pitched, and, well, go from one guy who can really strike out some hitters to another guy who can really strike out guys. 40 strikeouts to just 14 walks.
Chicopee, Mass native, who as a freshman had a 5-0 record with a team best 1.99 ERA. His ERA has crept up over 3, but his K per 9, 13.67. And right now you're looking for a strikeout of Jared Sharkey because, again, this game feels like a much bigger lead at 2 runs than it did at 1, not just because of the obvious, but because of the way that Paul Prue has pitched. And even if they do go to Clesis, the closer, Clesis has not pitched in 2 weeks, did not pitch well in the NEWMAC tournament, but honestly, to me, I would expect that means that you're going to see a focused closer for the Wheaton team who's going to probably have made a couple of tweaks after being hit pretty hard in back-to-back games. And I don't think it's going to be easy to get much going against Clesis, who had been phenomenal all regular season long.
So Marcia will come on the mound. 5-3 lead here for Wheaton. And now St. Joe's trailing by 2, looking for a way to, in turn, stay in this game. As Jared Sharkey will come to the plate. So Sharkey steps in. He is 1 for 4 today in game number 2 of the day for Wheaton.
Soft pickoff throw there. Sharkey is 1 for 3, but he did come through with a big one. RBI single back in the 5th inning that drove in a run as Wheaton was able to retake the lead after going down 3-2.
Sharkey swings, lines that into left field for a base hit. Wheaton leads at 6-3.
Big-time players coming through in big-time situations. The senior extending this lead out now for St. Joe's. As much as it hurts right now to be down 6-3, Marcia has to bear down right now, get these 2 outs, and give his team a chance. If any team in this tournament, not just amongst these 4 teams, but in all 58 teams in this Division III tournament, has the confidence they can come back from down 3 with just 3 outs, it's probably St. Joe's after already doing it in this postseason.
That one gets by on a wild pitch from Marcia that time. And now the runners move up 90 feet, and the hopes for St. Joe's starting to dwindle with another unforced error.
Yeah, and the unforced errors have been the issues. A little bit of wildness, a couple balls getting back to the stop. They're giving too many free bases to this Wheaton team as the infield is forced to come in now with runners at second and third and just the one out.
1-0 is the count on the left-handed hitter, Salkine.
I mean, you look at this inning, you have the wild pitch followed by the error, now another wild pitch. That's a couple of free 90s that have helped Wheaton generate the 2 runs to push their lead to 3.
St. Joe's looking for an answer here. Salkind awaits the pitch, swing and a miss. Had him way out in front of a changeup.
Nasty changeup there. Salkheim was looking to drive a ball, looking for a sacrifice fly, maybe even a couple of RBI extra base hit, and a great pitch from Martian. Got a breaking ball like that. You can see why he does have so many strikeouts as he's been able to put up this year.
1-1 is fouled back to the screen, and it's 1-2. And that time it looked like Salkind was able to sit back just a little bit more on the changeup, but was still way out in front.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to bury a pitch in the turf and get Salkind to chase, maybe even come back with the fastball.
They've got Salkind to chase earlier in the game with the high fastball. We'll see what they do here. This one was a fastball, and it's driven deep out to left field. Back it goes. It's at the wall, and it's off the top of the wall. 2 runs are going to come in to score. They throw to try and get the second, and they got him. A terrific play, and that was the run you thought that was more than likely going to come in, but Sharkey thrown out at the plate, and St. Joe's may have kept this game within striking distance.
That was another phenomenal defensive play by Alward, who read that perfectly. Made Sharkey hold up at second base long enough because he made it initially look like he was going to be able to make the play, and then read the mini monster out there and left perfectly, took it off the wall on a hop, strong relay throw to Murphy, and Murphy has an absolute cannon, a great throw home, and DePrizio applies the tag. Really nice play to keep this within striking distance. 4 seems like a lot, but a huge second out. First out for Marcia, who has come on in relief and been hit a little bit hard thus far.
Count is 0-1, and Seth, we talked about it with UMass Boston and Wheaton. It feels a lot different as that one is skied out into center. Moving back and making the catch out in center field, and that will end the inning. Feels a lot different with these two sides in the sense of a 4-run game, but we'll have to wait and see as we head to the bottom half of the 9th inning here on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
New pitcher in the contest for Wheaton to try and close things down, and it's the freshman Zach Clesis that will come into the ball game. The right-hander so far this year, a very successful season so far for Clesis. 21 appearances, 3 saves, and 27 2/3 innings pitched. Not a guy that has used the strikeout all that much, though. You don't see that a lot from the closer department, but regardless, now he'll have to find a way to slow down this St. Joe's lineup. They trail it by 4, and it starts off with probably one of the most powerful hitters in this lineup, in Emmanuelson.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't hit a grand slam with nobody on because he is the guy who would do it. Already the only home run in this tournament. One thing on Clesis, pitched extremely well all season long until the NUMAC tournament. In 3 innings against MIT, gave up 2 earned, and then in 2/3 of an inning against Babson, gave up 2 earned. Previous to that, he'd only given up earned runs in 2 appearances, 4 earned runs against WPI on April the 16th, and 1 earned run back on March the 8th against Webster, who's another NCAA team. So a guy who has pitched really well, but has struggled a little bit more recently.
And there's Emmanuelson driving one deep out to left field. Back it goes. It's off the wall. Emmanuelson trying to make the turn and head to second. He slides. He may be out. And he is. What a throw from left field by Sharkey.
Jared Sharkey and Nick Raposo have been really good offensively, but both guys have been even more impressive to me defensively. Sharkey had a great throw earlier to keep Healy at first base. That time I was a little surprised they sent him. We'll show it to you right now. But Emmanuelson doesn't run all that well as a catcher/DH, and that was another great read. We saw it from Alward in the previous inning. Sharkey picks it up perfectly off the wall on the one hop, takes it low, and then a cannon to second base. Great tag applied by Mulcahy, and that you can't make an out on the base pass, and we've seen it too often this weekend from the Monks. They have hurt themselves, especially here against Wheaton, both in Game 2 of this weekend and Game 5. They've run into too many outs to get themselves to Sunday, although still have 2 outs left.
That one is grounded over towards third. Fielded by Boyd. He fires on the jump throw. It's in time, and Wheaton is 1 out away from a regional championship appearance. And also to note, Seth, on that last play, Emmanuelson looked like that he may have admired his work a little bit before he came out of the box. May have slowed him down, but how about another terrific play by Boyd?
Well, you made note of that. Emmanuelson, McDaniel thought that ball was going foul. He didn't run originally out of the box. Not that he's that fast of a runner, but he made it easier on Boyd. So again, not quite being as effective as you would hope. And it's all up to Anthony DiPrizio as the Monks' phenomenal season very much on the line.
The 1-0 to DiPrizio. He swings, lines that out to second. Fielded on the backhand by Mulcahy. And Wheaton is going to the region championship.
What I found play by Mulcahy. That's the kind of defensive confidence Wheaton has shown today. Really nice play, and it's fitting that they finish it with a great defensive play. An all-around strong contest from Wheaton. You wondered how they would bounce back after falling behind early and not playing all that well against UMass Boston. Well, they got the pitching performance they needed. They hit pretty well, especially in clutch situations, and great defense behind Paul Prue was a huge factor in this victory.
So Wheaton gets the 7-3 win over top of Joe's. St. Joe's season comes to a close as they fall to Wheaton by a final score of 7-3. Let's take a look at some of the highlights when we come back. We'll have more for you right here from Monin Park. One run's going to come in. They're going to try to go first to third. The throw to third off the body and that will allow Murphy to move into second. Gagne's turn. Runners at second and third. He squares to bunt. Pushes it. Prue has nowhere to go with it. Now he's got runners hung up. Prue runs right at the guy in between second and third. Now they've got the guy hung up in between third and home. They throw back to the catcher. Back to third now. Richardson going to try and make the run home. Salkine now comes over and makes the tag. And he's on, but
remember, Gagne tried to bunt in the first inning, and Boyd made that nice play.
that one roped down the left field line. That's going to fall for a hit and possibly extra bases. 2 runs are going to come in to score. Healy takes a big turn and stays. St. Joe's in front. It's 3-2.
On 4th in yesterday's game, but Wheaton immediately answered. That ball's hit hard out to left center, long run, and it's going to get down for extra bases. One hops the wall, and Brian Salkine is into second base, and that's the kind of response you're looking for.
He's had a good regional so far. A couple of good games from him.
Boyd, 15 steals in the season, takes off, but he's gunned down. All right, got out of the shower. The 2-2 is hit down the left field line, and it skips fair. Gammon able to just get it inside the line. He's got 2 RBI, and we're into another tie game as Connor Gammon comes that I've seen this Wheaton team. At this point, I should be able to figure it out. His first pitch swinging is Sharkey right through the middle. Gammon is going to easily score. Taking off for third is Raposo. Runners at the corners, and just like that, Wheaton had.
If it was outside the zone, he had him off balance. See what he goes with here.
1-2, swung on a miss, got him with the high fastball as Salkine couldn't those guys because you might need them to pitch an inning or 2 tomorrow and then an inning or 2 in game 2 if you get there.
That one is swung on and hit out down the right field line. Moving over, great catch by Gammon, and there's 2 down now in the inning.
That could have been a big third strike.
2-2 pitch on the way. That one in there for a called third strike.
But with tremendous speed, you like his odds if he can get that ball fair.
The 0-2. In there for a called third strike. Well,
his pitch count has stayed low. It's pitching to contact.
0-1. That one is grounded out towards short. Backhand, and that one just skipped over the glove. It's going to be an error, but Murphy is aboard. And now here in the 8th.
Sanborn coming in relief and keeping the deficit at 4-3. The ball is roped out to center, long run.
And that one is going to get by out into center field. Quigley on his way to second. He's thinking about the turn, but he will stay. And that, seeing there, that one is a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and this is going to get by. Quigley heading to the plate. They throw it home, and it's not in time.
NCAA team, so a guy who has pitched really well, but has struggled a little bit more recently.
And there's Emmanuelson driving one deep out to left field. Back it goes. It's off the wall. Emmanuelson trying to make the turn and head to second. He slides. He may be out. And he is. What a throw from left field by Shark. The 1-0 to DePrizio. He swings, lines that out to second. Fielded on the backhand by Mulcahy. And Wheaton is going to the region championship.
What a...
Welcome back to Monin Park, and now we are set for our Sunday games and what will be occurring on Sunday tomorrow. Our first pitch will be at 11 a.m. You can catch all the action right here on the Beacons Broadcast Network, and you see what happened throughout the day. St. Joe's, a winner over Baruch, and then unable to get the win was Wheaton as they fall to UMass Boston by a final score of 12-2. And then, of course, our final that just occurred, St. Joe's falls by a final of 7-3 against Wheaton. Well, that'll do it for our broadcast. Once again, our final score, Wheaton 7, St. Joe's 3. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. for the region championship as UMass Boston will take on Wheaton College right here at Monin Park. Well, that'll do it for our broadcast. For an entire broadcasting crew, I'm Elisha Gonzalez saying so long. Have a good night, everybody.
From Wheaton, you wondered how they would